Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Again, I apologize for our delay tonight. As we all know, technology is a wonderful thing when it works, and it's working now. So, I'll call the Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 Local Planning Agency meeting to order. It is now 5:42 p.m. Let's have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Fletcher. Board Member Bailey. Here. Board Member Avila. Here. Board Member Roth. Here. Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Vice Chairman Guzman. Here. Chairman Losner.
Here.
Lawrence Ventura ex officio.
Present.
Are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals? None. Okay. First item is the approval of the March 29th, 2023 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Board Member Bailey, seconded by Vice Chairman Guzman. Are there any questions or comments regarding the minutes of our previous meeting? None? All in favor? Any opposed? Next item are our public hearings, ordinances, land use items, etc. Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor. There are no quasi-judicial items this evening, so moving straight into legislative items. The first item for your consideration this evening is tab 2. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Renaissance Plan Unit Development PUD Master Development Plan as requested by CIP Group of Homestead LLC to permit a self-service car wash use in the commercial pod generally located southeast of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, and north of 312th Street, Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and providing for an effective date. It's first reading.
Do we need a swearing in and a disclosure of ex parte first? No. Okay. All right. Mr. Guardino.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve this amendment to the previously approved Renaissance Planned Unit Development Master Plan to permit car wash uses within the commercial portion of the PUD for the property in question. Originally, this was approved, there was a site, the master plan was approved in 2003. And in the master plan, it said that in the commercial uses, the uses in the commercial pod shall not include auto repair or similar auto serving uses. The amendment to enable the car wash is to change that language in the master plan so that it reads, the uses in the commercial pod shall not include auto repair or similar auto servicing uses except for car wash uses. And what we felt that a car wash use wasn't the same level of intensity that an auto repair, an auto garage, or mechanic shop, or a used car lot would be. We thought it was totally different so that it would be appropriate in this location. If this were to pass, the applicant has submitted concurrent applications for a site plan amendment and a variance that would come later for the actual structure. So we're recommending approval, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you. And before we begin, I just want to assure the public that's here, this is not jumping into our full-blown council meeting. We're sitting right now very quickly, hopefully, as the equivalent of the Planning and Zoning Board. We typically don't get into the ins and outs of these items. We discuss them at length at our council meeting that will follow after we've had all our presentations and you all are comfortably at home and we're still here. Any questions from council? I'll entertain a motion to approve item 2 for transmittal to the council. Moved by Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Seconded by Vice Chair Guzman. Any final comments from council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Roth. Board Member Avila. Yes. Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Yes. Board Member Bailey. Yes. Vice Chairman Guzman.
Yes.
Chairman Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. Next item is first reading of tab 3. Mr. White.
Yes, Mayor. Tab 3 and tab 4 are related items. Tab 4 is a comprehensive plan amending the existing technology mixed-use future land use category. And tab 3 is the corresponding establishment of the technology mixed-use zoning district, which is implemented through the future land use category. So I can introduce both. You could have a collective discussion, but I would ask that you take a vote on tab 4 first as the comp plan, and then tab 3.
Let's do it.
So tab 4 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 district regulations to provide regulations establishing the technology mixed-use zoning district, and further amending Article 4 supplemental regulations, Division 3 density to provide regulations establishing residential density permitted in technology mixed-use zoning district, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 4 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc., by amending the text of the Technology Mixed-Use TMU Future Land Use category contained in Objective 2, Policy 2.1, to include residential uses and permit density up to 15 dwelling units per net acre, providing for transmittal of this ordinance to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and all other units of local government or governmental agencies as required under Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, providing for adoption pursuant to Section 163, 3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir, thank you. We are recommending that the mayor and council consider both the change to the text amendment to the land use element and the zoning category. So essentially what's happening is here we have technology mixed use comp plan designation. It doesn't allow for residential development in that area. It's purely a commercial. It's implemented by zoning districts B1A, B1, B2, so on. The applicant wants to, wants to add a mixed-use component, which means adding a residential component to it. The comp plan change will add the residential component to the designation so that it's permitted there. The density is specified in the comp plan element. And so what they're suggesting here is a density of 15 units an acre, unless they're adjacent to a low-density residential development, at which point they would recommend, they would suggest 12 dwelling units an acre. From the zoning perspective, as I suggested, it doesn't allow for the residential uses, so they would be writing the new zoning code to allow for the residential uses. Subsequent to tonight, they'll come back with a zoning, essentially a master plan or a site plan for the entire development. We have recommending to consider this, but we have a condition on it. The proffering in the zoning code that pending the approval of the master plan, that all applications that run through and conform to the master plan, should it get approved, would be subject to review, administrative review, and not to council. And while this may streamline the system, our current rules, and we brought to the council before, were something that said that anything that conformed to any of the zoning code districts in its entirety with no variances, whatever, no conditional uses, we could do administratively. The council decided not to do that. And understanding that, we're suggesting we hold with our current rules, which for residential would mean anything 5 units or less would be able to be approved administratively. But that's a policy decision that you all have to make. Again, those are the details of the applicant. During the meeting, the applicant would be here to answer any questions they have. We're recommending consideration of these with that one condition about the administrative approvals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no questions or comments from council. Can we have a motion on tab 4? Moved by Board Member Bailey.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Guzman. If there are no further questions, have a roll call, Madam Clerk, on tab 4.
Board Member Ross. Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Board Member Bailey. Board Member Avila. Vice Chairman Guzman.
Yes.
Chairman Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And now on tab 3, do we have a motion? Moved by Board Member Bailey. Seconded by Vice Chair Guzman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on tab 3, please.
Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Board Member Bailey. Board Member Ross. Board Member Avila. Vice Chairman Guzman.
Yes.
Chairman Losner.
Yes.
The motion carried.
Next, first reading of tab 5, Mr. White.
Yes, tab 5 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 27, Tourist and Mobile Home Parks, and Chapter 30, Zoning, to provide regulations related to parking of recreational vehicles, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? We have a motion to move this forward.
Move it.
Moved by Vice Chair Guzman, seconded by Board Member Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Avila. Board Member Staggers. Fairclough Staggers. Board Member Ross. Board Member Bailey. Vice Chairman Guzman.
Yes.
Chairman Losner.
No.
Motion carries.
Next item, second reading of tab 6, Mr. White.
Yes, tab 6 is the second reading of the ordinance of City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 Zoning, Article 2 Administration, Division 2 Procedures for Zoning Amendments, Special Exception Permits, Plan Unit Development, Submittals, and Variances, etc., to provide regulations establishing administrative site plan requirements and review procedures for multifamily and mixed-use residential developments authorized pursuant to Chapter 2317 Laws of Florida, Live Local Act, and further amending Article 4 supplemental regulations to provide regulations establishing development standards related to multifamily and mixed-use residential developments authorized pursuant to Chapter 2317 Laws of Florida, Live Local Act, providing for inclusion in the code, conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Guardino.
So, yeah, Mayor, if you recall, at the CAL
Yeah.
last Tuesday, the special call meeting on Tuesday of last week, you all had first reading. At that first reading public hearing, you all, as a body, had some concerns and issues that you wanted included in the proposed document for second reading. I've included those various provisions that we discussed last week into the document for second reading, and happy to answer any questions or go through if you would like me to.
Any questions at this point from council? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair, seconded by Board Member Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on tab 6, please.
Board Member Ross. Board Member Bailey. Board Member Avila. Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Vice Chairman Guzman.
Yes.
Chairman Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Hey, thank you. Are there any public comments on this agenda, which will be heard again at the council meeting later this evening? All right. Anything further, Mr. Cordino? Anything further, Mr. Attorney? Mr. Ventura? We have a motion to adjourn? So moved, and all in favor? Aye. That concludes the local planning agency meeting. We will begin with the presentation ceremony in just a moment. 5 minutes. All right, we're back. When the clerk says we can go, we go. That's who holds the real power in the room tonight. Again, welcome, and this is the presentation portion of our agenda where we have the opportunity to recognize and thank folks from throughout the community who help make our town a unique and special place to live. Tonight I want to recognize a young man who has been in our community, attended community schools here, and is about to go off to college. But Kevin Toledo, would you come up, please? Kevin, where are you? Come on up. Welcome. Thanks for coming. So a little bit about Kevin. He came to my attention a few weeks ago, and I was reading the article in the morning paper about the Silver Knight Awards. Those have been given by the Miami Herald through the Knight Foundation for decades that recognize and acknowledge the cream of the crop of our Miami-Dade public and private schools, and now charter schools as well. It's very rarely that we see anyone from a Homestead school winning. I don't know why that is. It seems that most of the winners come from privilege and wealth and come from those more high-profile schools, the Coral Reefs, the Palmettos, those schools. But it drew my attention that Kevin Toledo won a Silver Knight Award for general scholarship as a graduate, at that point not quite graduated, from Mast at Homestead. And what a gem that facility is in our community. And I read the article, and I've read some of your other work, and just a few things about Kevin. He's only been, I guess you're 18? He's only been in the United States. He and his family came here from Cuba when he was 8 years old. And look where he's come in 10 years. Graduated at the top of his class at Mast of Homestead. But what he did to win the Silver Knight Award was he created, you invented, this just blows my mind because I don't even know how they work, created an app to help those kids who have maybe not the time or the financial resources to do college entry exam prep courses, that they can download this app and help study. And it's been very successful. Kevin put together a board of his peers, went out and raised, it only took $1,200, is that right, to launch this app that helps so many, of our local high school students who just don't have that ability to sign up for those prep courses. And it's just been wildly successful. He's working with our own school board member, Luisa Santos, to deploy this in a more widespread manner. This is just not to be cliche, but I think it's really a cutting edge thought. It's just amazing. And his list of accomplishments in math and technology, the guy that was lucky to get out of high school with the D minus in high school algebra, again, that just, when they started putting letters with the numbers in math, that was the end of my career. Kevin is going to be leaving us to go to MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. What do they call that? A full ride. What does that say for this young man and Mast at Homestead? It's just amazing for Kevin, amazing for our community, and certainly draws prestige to Mast at Homestead so that our educational facilities are on everyone's mind. What I wanted to do today is recognize Kevin, and he's going to have something that nobody else at MIT has. That's a proclamation from the city of Homestead. So I just hit the high points here. I won't read all the whereases and the wherefores, but Kevin was born in Cuba and came to Miami at the age of 8. He was a top graduate at Mast at Homestead, where he developed a strong affinity for bioengineering and scientific research. He created the app. He's accumulated over 1,000 hours of community service, including the Literacy Film Club's Holiday Book Drive, Fur Angels Rescue, Alzheimer's Awareness, and Children's Trust Family Expo. Not only that, he's also already published research papers regarding, see if I can even read this, differential expression in World Trade Center rescue workers. This was published in the International Journal of High School Research. And he also wrote a manuscript regarding autism spectrum disorder and functional connectivity in the brain. That's what we need more of, functional connectivity. A member of any and every honor society, a Presidential Scholars nominee, a Gates Scholarship semifinalist, an AP Scholar, and he tutors students in all levels of math up to AP Calculus. As I said, he's working with our school board member, Luisa Santos, and he won the Silver Knight Award recently. The City of Homestead would like to congratulate and recognize Kevin for all of his accomplishments and wish him well in the future. Now, I, by virtue of my authority as mayor of Homestead, proclaim tomorrow as Kevin Toledo Day in Homestead. You know, it used to be we did it. We used to declare the day you got this your day, but the day's gone. So wake up tomorrow, look at this sitting on your dresser. I assume a lot of things, don't I? And wake up and think, today is my day in Homestead. Thank you, Kevin. Are your parents with you? Okay. And please, you know, and as I've said at some high school graduations, that that graduation day may be about those graduates. The graduation day is for their parents who have looked forward to that day since they first laid eyes on you. I think that's where, I'm sure that's where you are with your parents. And please extend our congratulations and thank yous for everything they've done for you and helping you to go on the path that you're going on. Please come back and see us and please share a few words. Are you a numbers guy? You're not a word? Please, no, please.
Well, when I came here to the U.S., I was pretty lost. I didn't know how to speak any English, and I never thought any of this would happen. However, I knew that I had to work hard. I saw my parents struggling a lot, and I knew that the only way to sort of break out of like my socioeconomic confines was education. So I dedicated myself to that, and I think after all these years, I can finally say that it has paid off. I'm extremely excited to embark on my college career. And really, this is only the beginning, but I do want to thank all of the educators who have gotten me here, my parents certainly for their hard work, and I want to thank the mayor for recognizing me here today, and all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you again. Come back and see us. Just absolutely incredible, the talent and the intellect and the potential and opportunity that comes from right here among us in our community. It's just, I'm sorry, that's just what he has accomplished and done is mind-boggling. So we have another event coming up in Homestead this weekend, and I understand some of the planes are already starting to trickle in. We've got the Air Race Classic and Aviation for All event. It's an air race that has deep roots going back to the 1920s, and we wanted to recognize tonight some of the local folks that have helped put this together, and I would call Yogini Modi and Myra Bugby and Will Shaw. Come and join me, please. We heard about this event several months ago. I think it was through the tourism committee that this event was brought to our attention, and this is not just a fly-in. This is a race. This is about women aviators, careers, and all of the things that go along with that. You know, it's interesting. You may not. Homestead has a deep and rich aviation history. Delta Airlines, the birthplace of our own Delta Airlines, was in a crop dusting strip that we now call Homestead Air Reserve Base way back when. Our own Harris Field was a municipal airport at Homestead Municipal Airport and a crop dusting field. Homestead was home for decades to Curtis Pitts, a renowned designer of aerobatic aircraft, humble a guy as you would ever want to meet, but when he went to an air show or a fly-in, he was a rock star right here from Homestead. Also for decades, Mary Gaffney, who was a world champion women's aerobatic pilot lived right here in Homestead, was a flight instructor for many years, and I think she lived to be almost 100, and flew just as long as she could. So, you know, in our community, there is a deep history of aviation. So, why don't you give us just some more background and update as to what the event is and what's going on?
So, Air Race Classic 2023 is arriving to Homestead. Racers are already on the way, and some racers would be coming tomorrow, and rest on Friday evening 5 o'clock is the cutoff time. And total of 44 teams were registered and 41 has been launched. 96 pilots are en route to Homestead from all the way to North Dakota. And they will be terminating the race here. And the next day of the race, we have Aviation for All youth event at Homestead Executive Jet Center. And that is been organized with the big support from the International Women Pilot Association of 99s, and Myra Bugby has been the great support, and Will Shaw has been the host committee chairperson, and without them, this air race would have not been possible to bring to Homestead. And I want to invite Air Race Classic President Lara is also happens to be here. So Lara and Donna, if you can join us, please, and a Vice President too. And this map shows right now the racer's current position over here.
Well, thank you. We just wanted to take a moment to recognize this momentous event here in Homestead, and we have a proclamation designating June 21st through 25th as the terminus of the Air Race Classic and Aviation for All Days in Homestead. Let me just read off the names of some of the sponsors. Certainly, Homestead Executive Jet Center, the 99s, and Mom's Honey Inc., together with the Air Force Academy, the FAA, NOAA, NATCA, American Airlines, Boeing, Airbus, FedEx, Titan Fuels, the International Women Pilot Association of 99s, the EAA, Women in Aviation, Literary Aviatrix, the Flying Classroom, Miami Gliders, Paramotors, Miami-Dade College, the George T. Baker Aviation Technical College, Florida Memorial College, University of Florida, and Pilot Training Center. Homestead has brought the Aviation for All platform to increase public awareness of and involve the community in general in aviation. And we are so glad that you were able to bring the culmination of this event to our community. And I know some of your, I guess, the out-of-town board members have already joined us. Please, if you would like to say a few words, welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of the Air Race Classic Board of Directors, we are looking forward to all that Homestead has to offer in the coming days, and we'll have racers arriving tomorrow, and we'll be spending the weekend with you.
In good weather.
Very good. And and as we saw when we first heard of this event, this brings hundreds of people to our community. It gives us the opportunity to showcase our community, the Redlands, and everything we have to offer. Now, I just noticed that on both of these proclamations, there's a typo. So we're going to get you a replacement one, but for now, I want to present to Homestead Executive Jet Center our proclamation, as well as to Mom's Honey for...
This is the mom.
That's a mom, okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Very good. And Mr. Attorney's cleared the gift here. Okay. Again, thank you all, and I certainly look forward to participating over the weekend with you. I hear you have a favorite team that you're following? There's a Rotary International related team that made contact through my Rotary Club, and she's flying to bring awareness to human trafficking, which is near and dear to us in South Florida. So yes, absolutely. So, thank you. Yeah, the pictures you need.
Good evening, everyone. This is always the fun part of the council meeting, where we get to recognize and we get to talk about really great things that are happening within our community. All of you look amazing tonight. It's a reflection of the diversity that this community has, and I'm blessed and honored to be here with you, and I appreciate you guys being here with me tonight as well, and with all of our council members. So the next person we're going to talk about is another success story. And it's an inspiring one. And when you come across people like the person I'm going to talk about, you got to understand that success leaves clues. And we always want to try to be around people that are successful, because the more successful people you hang around with, the better your chances of success are going to be in your life. So I want to make sure that my kids understand that being around successful people will always elevate them. And if I had a chance to be around this gentleman every single day of my life, I would. So this is one of our own, and it's an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you today to recognize one of our community's most distinguished members. I'm speaking of our very own Fire Chief Ricardo Centeno. He's sitting over there, very, very well polished. This gentleman has made a tremendous impact on our community. What makes his story so inspiring is the journey that he's taken to get here. His parents immigrated from Mexico as migrant workers, and they wanted a better life for themselves and their family. They instilled in him the values of hard work, determination, and perseverance. Chief Centeno has certainly embodied these values throughout his life. He dreamt about becoming a firefighter while at Homestead Middle in the 7th grade. He graduated from South Dade High School, and he enrolled in the first initial classes that Miami-Dade had for firefighters. While he patiently waited to be hired by the fire department, he took some time and he became one of Homestead's first lifeguards at the former YMCA. And this is all while he was working as a meter reader. So this goes to show the level of determination that this gentleman has. He finally got the call to the big leagues. And I know what that feels like. Well, I never got the call to the big leagues, but I could just imagine what it feels like to get the call saying, hey, it's your turn. Chief Centeno was hired as a firefighter for Metro Dade Fire Rescue in 1997. And he rose through the ranks of lieutenant, captain, and now the chief of the 10th Battalion of Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. He's dedicated his life to our community and keeping us safe. Chief Centeno's story is a reminder that anything is possible with hard work and dedication. He is a shining example of the American dream, and we're proud to call him one of Homestead's own. So please join me in congratulating Chief Centeno's and many of his accomplishments, and thanking him for his service to this community. Chief Centeno.
Standing in the Hall of Fame, and the world's gonna know your name, the Hall of Fame. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself.
Come on up, Chief Centeno, come on up.
Standing in the Hall of Fame, and the world's gonna know your name.
This is one of the guys that gets up early You know, he's that dedicated worker that always wants to make sure that he's doing things for the community. He doesn't mind what the naysayers are saying, what social media is saying. He's there, dedicated, making sure that everybody keeps up with what he's doing. So we are extremely proud. Thank you. The City of Homestead is an honor to have you as part of this community. We would also like to have the other firefighters that are here please come join us for a picture with our new chief.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders.
Si la familia del señor Centeno, por favor, si nos puede venir acá también para tomar una foto con su familia.
And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest.
Thank you, City of Homestead, for putting this on for me. It means a lot. I'm not supposed to be here. The odds against me were stacked up from the beginning. And through hard work, through my family, that always backed me up, supported me, they put me through difficult situations on purpose so I can feel what it's like, so I can experience it, so I can learn, so I can overcome. And I did it. Thank you, family, for always supporting me. And I want to also thank Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, Metro-Dade back then. They gave me this opportunity 26 years ago. And I did receive that call, and when I received that call, the offer to work for the department that I always dreamed of working for. I only wanted to work for Miami-Dade, ride these green trucks. That's all I wanted. As a kid, that's what I wanted. And when I was hired, I said to myself, every day I'm going to prove to Miami-Dade Fire Rescue that they made the right choice in this Mexican kid from Homestead. I'm going to give it my best every day so that they feel they made the right choice, that they made a good investment in me. I still feel that way today, 26 years later, that I still have to prove myself for giving me this opportunity. I want to say to anyone that's out there listening in the web that no matter what age you are or what stage in life, if you feel that you haven't reached your goal, it's going to be hard. You're going to be challenged. You have to feel this. You're going to be made uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable, but keep going harder, and you'll be where I am at, similar. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chief. If your family could come up, please, so they could take a picture with you. if we could please stay up here. I'd also like to invite Eddie Garza from the MAC, Mexican American Council. He's also got a presentation. He wants to say a few words about Chief Centeno.
I'll be real quick. I had the honor and pleasure as a young man growing up as a kid here in Homestead of watching you, Chief. And you taught me a lot. And I really appreciate everything you've done for the community. But more than that, you're inspiring countless young people to continue regardless of the odds. And just now in our MAC College and Career Prep program, I have 4 young men that have already told me, and they're between freshmen and juniors, Eddie, I want to be a firefighter. And I think you have a lot to do with that, sir. So thank you. On behalf of the Mexican American Council, we'd like to present you with the Trailblazer Award for breaking barriers and for not letting anything stop you. God bless you. Continue to be an example to youth and count on our continued support, sir. And was a former board member of MAC. Maybe we'll bring you back now. All right, just consider it. I know you're busy, but if you got some volunteer time, we're there for you. But again, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys so much. The City of Homestead appreciates everything you guys are doing. Continue the great service, and we'll always have a home for you here at City Hall. Thank you so much. Bailey.
I think this is also a perfect opportunity to remind the community that we have a Firefighter of the Year award. It was my pleasure working with Chief Centeno to start it, and the applications should be in by the end of August for our September meeting. So please send us a message, cityofhomestead.com/firefighter with your submission. Thanks.
Thank you. As I look around the room, it looks like there's some folks here anticipating the Aspen Estates application going forward tonight at our council meeting. The project out by Westbury, Redland Reef, and Redland Edge. That will not be on the agenda tonight. So unless you just want to hang around and watch your local government in action, and you're welcome to stay with us. We'd love to have you here. But otherwise, the Aspen Estates public hearing will not be going forward tonight if that's what you are here for. Just wanted to let you know so that we didn't waste your time. So later in the night you say, hey, what happened? I thought we were going forward. It's not, and you will receive notice when it is going forward again. So Vice Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's keep the fun alive. I want to also take some time to recognize businesses that have, persevered. They have stuck it through the good times and the bad times, and also the ones that continue to invest in the City of Homestead. The City of Homestead has been doing a very good job, and we continue to look for other ways that we can bring more businesses, because a lot of people have to commute out of Homestead to go to work, and we want to make a city where people can live, work, play. If you can live close to where you work, if you've got great dining, if you've got great entertainment, that's what is the makeup of a great city, and that's what we're going to strive to continue to do here in Homestead. But I want to take a moment and recognize businesses, not only that are new, but also the ones that have stuck it through. COVID brought some unprecedented challenges to not only the City of Homestead, but to our economy. It made us change a lot of the ways of the things that we normally do. It's taken a toll on many businesses had to close their doors. But despite these challenges, a lot of the local businesses that I'm going to talk about today have had remarkable courage and resilience. Throughout the pandemic, local businesses have adapted to changes circumstances with creativity and innovation. And you've got to be very creative when you're going through anything like a pandemic. You had to put in safety protocols. You had to figure out a way how you were going to sell things when nobody was going out of their house. So some of the ways that these businesses were able to survive are truly inspiring. Their determination and perseverance have, we basically owe them a lot of gratitude. They've made sacrifices and faced significant challenges, yet they continue to show up for our community every day. I'm proud to recognize these businesses for their resilience and dedication. They are a testament to the strength of our community and the power of perseverance. Let us take a moment to recognize some of the businesses specifically in the downtown area that have been here for a very long time. Our CRA is working very closely with these businesses as well. They continue to come up with new programs to help businesses, to make sure they succeed. And I'm very proud of what the CRA is doing. So to our CRA Director, Kamitra, thank you very much. Continue the great work. Appreciate it. One of the new ones that we've got over at the Pavilion at Harris Field, it's been a great addition to our community, is the Artisan Harvest Market. Mr. Kenmar Martin. Kenmar? Mr. Martin's not here. Let's give him a round of applause anyways, because it is a great, great market that we've got. Mr. Luis Echagare, La Patrona Bakery. La Patrona Bakery, por favor, venga para acá, please. Thank you for your dedication to the city of Homestead. Buenas tardes. ¿Quiere decir alguna palabra?
Excuse me, I wasn't planning to talk. But yeah, after 21 years of renting over on Maury and Chrome, right in front of the police station, we bought a warehouse down the street. So I'm a building owner in Homestead now. So we're going to keep working hard and gathering the money, and there should be a nice big bakery by the end of maybe end of the year. Appreciate all the help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please stay here with us. I would also like to recognize Homestead Bikes, Henry Angulo. Henry Angulo, Homestead Bikes. Henry, thank you for providing excellent bikes to the city of Homestead and the service that you provide. Thank you so much, Henry. Anything you want to say?
Well, we wanted to thank you, City of Homestead, for everything they've done for us. It's been already 6 years, and we keep going. We're happy to bring one of our locations here. We have in Hollywood Beach, Miami, and Waino Homestead. That's right. Okay, we've been 6 years here. It's been a success, and ready to go.
We're going to keep making it a success, and it's from people investing like you in the city of Homestead and believing in us that we're going to reciprocate, and we're going to make sure that your business is a success. Thank you for bringing your family as well. We also want to recognize Atala Montessori School, Dr. Christine Burns. Please come up. Thank you guys so much for your dedication to education in the city of Homestead. We really appreciate what you guys have done, especially being in the downtown area. We'd love for you to say a few words.
I've grown up in Homestead, and I've taught the kids of Homestead for years and years. And I'm just very pleased to have a school and to be supported by the city. I also want to thank Yvonne Knowles, who's back there, who helped us tremendously.
Thank you so much. If you guys could stay right here. I'd like to also thank Home Hardware and Supply, John Jackson. Home Hardware, John Jackson, right there on Chrome Avenue. When you don't want to go to Home Depot. I'd like to thank Abouid Tax Service, Joseph Abouid. Joseph Abuid. Thank you, Joseph, for your dedication, City of Homestead. We really appreciate the services you provide.
Thank you. Good evening, guys. It was a pleasure to be with you today. It's an honor. All it takes to God. It's been a tough 2 years, with the pandemic. By the grace of God, I still stand to the best I can to help City Homestead.
Thank you so much for your dedication to Homestead. Family Medical Clinic of Homestead, Liz Rodriguez, Rizzi Calderon. Liz Rodriguez, Rizzi Calderon. Thank you guys so much for providing the service, especially in the downtown area of Homestead. We really appreciate your dedication to the City of Homestead. Thank you, Liz.
Oh, I am truly honored and humbled. Thank you so much for the recognition. We're here to serve the community. We've been doing so for the last 5 years. This is my lovely team, and we're here to continue doing that.
And we're going to support you every step of the way. So please step in. We have Jacobson's that is in downtown Homestead. Jacobson, Peggy Jacobson. I don't know, I think everyone that's sitting in here has probably walked into your store. And it is a true staple of the City of Homestead downtown. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. So we have Aliyah Therapeutic Behavioral Services, Alina Aliyah. Thank you, Alina. Thank you for your dedication to Homestead.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the City of Homestead for welcoming, our company. We've been operating in this city since 2017, and this has been a great opportunity to provide mental health and behavior therapy services to children and adults with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your service to Homestead. Thank you. I also want to recognize this last one for now, which is AT&T, Demetrius Knowles. AT&T, Demetrius, if you can come up here. During the pandemic, while you were driving through Combe, and the investment that we made at Homestead Station, it was always comforting to see the big sign that you had out there that said AT&T. The amount of work that you had to do to bring AT&T there, what you had to endure, and also through the pandemic, you've had some real extreme challenges, and you have stuck it through. And I've also seen you just about at every city event that we have in the City of Homestead. I see, your tents out there with your team, and you're always giving away great goodies. You are a true example of what it means to have a corporate sponsor for the City of Homestead dedicated to making Homestead stand out, and we want to do anything we can to help you and to recognize what you've had to go through to maintain that store operating at Homestead Station.
Well, I just want to first say thank you. As being downtown and one of our locations, I'm an authorized retailer, so I'm a small guy still, even though I'm representing AT&T, the brand. So I just wanted to say thank you for this recognition, and we just wanted to service the community in the best way we possibly can. So I will continue to do my best to be a Shannon, speaking for those so that anybody can do it if I'm doing it.
At any point in time, did you think maybe you weren't going to make it through the pandemic?
Well, while everyone was closed, we were open. So we had some rough patches there. So we stuck through it and continued on. We fought through it like everyone else who stuck in there. So I know we had a vision for downtown, and before everyone said, no, don't come downtown because it's really not the place to be. I've been told that many times over, but I usually go into uncharted places and try to be a light. So thank you for giving me the opportunity today.
Well, Demetrius, we are going to make sure that we help you all the way through, and we want to be a partner with you. We don't want people to feel like they're out on their own. We want all of the businesses that are up here to feel like you are family. We're approachable at any time, whenever you need help with anything that you're going through, no matter how big or small. We're here to help you through this process, and we wanted to say thank you for your dedication to the city of Homestead, and let's continue to make Homestead thrive. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a picture.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Some dynamic presentations on tonight. As I sat there and listened to all of the presentations, it reminds me that there is so much inspiration in this room. From the young man at Mast Academy, he reminded me of the power of the dream. As an immigrant coming here from Cuba, working his way up, and all of the successes that he has accomplished and will accomplish reminds me of the power of the dream. As I listen to about Chief Santino, as well as the small businesses, it reminds me of the power and the beauty of the American dream. Chief Santino defeating the odds, these businesses building their businesses from the sweat of their brow. I love it. And when I think about my two presentations, it reminds me of the beauty of the human spirit and leading with love, building those real relationships, not transactional relationships, and serving above self. So for this first presentation, I'd like to invite up members of Homestead Main Street, Ms. Yvonne and Kathy, as well as Gunther. Gunther, if you would please come up. Many of you know the late Bonnie King Moran. She has transitioned from this earthly place to her eternal resting place. Bonnie was a true fixture in the city of Homestead. She was probably arguably our unofficial photographer. She was at every single event, personal events, city events. She was there taking pictures because that is what Bonnie loved to do. And I reflected on her life at her celebration of life. I talked about how she impacted me beyond her beautiful photographs. She was a woman of faith, and she would often exchange scriptures with me, particularly at a time when I needed them the most. She would call me, she would send me messages and several scriptures. So that was a real relationship that I had with Bonnie, and I said I would be remiss if I did not recognize her life, her legacy, and her service in the city of Homestead. And here I have Mr. Gunther Carger, a very good friend of mine and hers, who will play Amazing Grace. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gunther. And I chose Amazing Grace because Bonnie was truly a woman of faith. And she was incredibly amazing. Her daughter is not here, but I would like to present this to you, Yvonne and Kathy, if you can share this with her daughter as a small token of our appreciation and our love for the indelible imprint that she has made on this community. I often say that when you have people you love, when they die, always remember their love never dies. So the love that we have for her will never die. So on behalf of myself and council, I would like to present this to Bonnie King Moran, recognizing her life, her legacy, and the love here in the city of Homestead. Thank you so much, Yvonne and Kathy, for being with her day in and day out, loving on her, and giving her opportunities to serve in this community. So I thought it was very fitting that you be here today to be a part of this presentation. You're welcome. Would you like to say anything?
Bonnie's family is in Virginia. They could not be here, but they are watching on the internet. So I know Crystal and was very touched by this recognition of her mother. And Bonnie's sister and granddaughters are also watching. So we will get this to you as quickly as possible. But know that the community loved Bonnie. Bonnie was our, I don't know if many people knew, but she was our Santa Claus, Mrs. Santa Claus. Every year she was dressed up and she would go out and buy presents, little things. And every child who came to see Santa Claus would get a little gift from her. I don't know where she got all this incredible investment in the youth of our community, but she loved children and she did everything she could to be there for them in many different guises. But the one that we all enjoyed as a board member of Homestead Main Street was her Mrs. Santa Claus. So thank you, God bless you, and thank you, City of Homestead, for recognizing this amazing woman.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Kathy. And for my final presentation, I am so honored to recognize a young lady who was born and raised in this city, and she's transitioning to another chapter in her life. Her name is Miss Carla Thompson Salters. If you would please join me up, your family with you, Vice Mayor Thompson from Florida City, Principal Dr. Camila Lilly Johnson. If you would please join me up front, I would greatly appreciate it. This young lady was born and raised in Homestead in Florida City. She knows this community well, and she has invested something in our community that she will never get back, and that is her time. 39 and a half years she has served at Laura C. Saunders. For those of you who've been here a while, it was A.L. Lewis Elementary. She attended A.L. Lewis Elementary. And then when she graduated from Homestead Senior High School, she began to work at A.L. Lewis, and that was in 1984. She started as a paraprofessional in 1984, and from then she's transitioned to security, on to head security, and working in schools. And I know many of you know the safety and security of all of our stakeholders that walks into our buildings has been front and center. So we rely on our security. They are the first face that you see to hold it down, to ensure that all of the children are safe. And she has did that for 39 and a half years at Laura Saunders, protecting and serving children. She has seen that school transition and transform, rename. She's been there through it all. And for that, I want you to know in the city of Homestead, we are proud of your investment into our city, into our children, the teachers, your principal, everyone who walked through those doors. When you walk in, this is the first face you see, and she's smiling, but she's protecting. So thank you so much, and this is just a small token of our appreciation to you, Ms. Carla Thompson Salters, for your 39 and a half years of service, love, commitment, support, honor to all of those you have been blessed to lead and serve. So thank you so much on behalf of the City of Homestead. We also have a gift for you to enjoy here in the City of Homestead. We love you so much. Is there anything you would like to say?
I just want to thank you all for thinking of me. I thank you all because this is a hard task that I must move on to my next task in life. Y'all make sure y'all take care of my babies. I'm going to still come by Laura C. Saunders. I'm still coming by and check on because those kids hold a special part of my heart. And because nobody never know what kids go through in their daily life. Nobody know whether they got a good meal that night. Nobody know whether mama or dad, well, if there was a dad there, who got up and dressed them that morning. But I always knew that it was something about when a child come through those doors, I knew immediately when they was hurting. I knew immediately when they needed just a hug. And that's why I said good morning to 565 kids every morning. And I also tell them, you all have a good day. You can do this. I'm so proud of you. So I'm still gonna hold a part of Laura C. Saunders in my heart. And I'm not gonna be the head security, but I'm gonna be that lady that come by and check on each and every one of them. Thank you all so much.
You will please stand. This lady did 39 and a half years of service in our community, the Thompson family. I like to say they're legends in this community. They've been here a while. My classmate over here. God bless you, my classmate. Vice Mayor Thompson, would you like to say anything? You have 1 minute.
Yeah, they already say I just say a lot of things, but I am vice mayor. But this is my rock. This is my sister. And I tell people all the time is that I'm a serious family guy, and I take that to heart. Don't too much stuff mess with me, but I love my family. And I watched my sister since 1982 was in this job. While I was still in high school, she was at this job. When I left and went to the Army, she was at this job. Everywhere I went, she was at this job. So she has been a constant rock in my family because she sat on someone's job for 39.5 years, but she enjoyed every minute of it. I never seen her sad. I never seen her come that way saying, I'm done with them, because she loves kids. And when you got somebody that loves kids and want to serve kids, that's the great part about it. So I thank God for her, but she's my sister, and she just makes me proud every day. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. These are the type of people I grow up with in the community that although they retire, she's coming back to check on her babies. This is the generation right here. These are the women. Chief Roll, I know you can relate. You've been here a while. You know the Thompson family, but we're so grateful for you, and this is just the beginning for you. You still have a whole life ahead of you. God bless you. God bless you. I also like to recognize Commissioner Gold, who's here today to support as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I always say leadership is very important, and leadership should be visible. And her principal is here as well, supporting her as well, Dr. Camila Lily Johnson. So thank you so much. At this time, we'll take a picture. Congratulations and all the best to you. I also, when I talked about inspiration, when I looked in the audience and I saw the Hispanic pastors of Homestead, thank you so much for being here. You know you hold a very special place in my heart. So this room is filled with inspiration tonight, and I'm so happy to be a part of it all. God bless you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Wow. Where's the enthusiasm? Good evening, everyone. There we go. It's been a long night already. We still have about 4 or 5 hours to go. You guys will be at home enjoying your families and doing what you do at night. I have the honor and the privilege of recognizing our Homestead Police Explorer group. And Chief, I'd like to just acknowledge you and your command staff, because without you guys, Captain Wright, the Police Explorer program wouldn't even exist. And under the great leadership of Officer Wadley, this program has expanded and excelled beyond, I think, any of our expectations. So, Chief, thank you for that and allowing them to do this. They recently participated in the South Florida Council Learning of Life Law Enforcement Explorer competition. So what I'd like to do first is bring up some of the officers that went along with them. One was an advisor officer, Officer Brandon Wilcox. Come on up, please. One of the judges, Officer Raul Rodriguez. Come on up. And the outstanding Explorer Chief Advisor, Officer Wadley. Come on up, officer. Under their leadership, they went and competed, and we have some recognitions tonight. Some of them, they've already received some of the recognitions. And before I bring up the competitors, I'd like to also recognize and bring up Lieutenant Jeanette, Medley Police Chairman of the South Florida Explorer Competition. Come on up, please. This Lieutenant Jeanette from Medley Police Department. And also Officer Sabrina Toledo from the Miami-Dade Police Department, co-chair. And now I'd like to invite up the Explorer team. Explorer Chief Yahayeria Balaj. I never said I could pronounce names, but here we go. Explorer Deputy Chief Brooke Benitez. Explorer Major Josu Linares. How you say your name? Come on up. Is he here? Explorer Captain E.J. Augusti. Explorer Lieutenant Milo Joseph. Explorer Alpha Sergeant Selena Lopez. Explorer Training Sergeant Caden Saunders. Explorer Training Sergeant Jam Miranda. And Explorer Leslie Innocent. Now I'd like to give the microphone to Officer Sabrina Toledo from the Miami-Dade Police Department to, well, actually, Lieutenant Jeanette first, to explain some of the program.
Good evening, Councilman Roth, Mayor, Council, and obviously the presence of Chief Roll. Always been a fan of his throughout the years. Command staff. Real quick, I'm the chairman for the South Florida competition. All of South Florida, so it includes North Broward, all of South Florida. This year we had 20 different posts compete. As far north as Coconut Creek, as far south as Homestead. There was different scenarios that we do that guides the kids to do things that police do, but it more mentors them to be the future. So I applaud the mayor, the council for recognizing the businesses are great, but the future is our kids. And the program that you support shows that's the future, and we applaud the future, and I applaud you guys. Out of 20 teams that competed, Homestead placed 6th overall in different scenarios, so that's a good accomplishment, big accomplishment. It was hosted Port Everglades, a little bit north. This year, coming up, well, next year coming up, we're going to have it in Miami, hopefully Port of Miami. We welcome you guys and the council. You guys are more than welcome to join us to look at what they do. We don't allow anybody in the scenarios, but if you come, I'm in charge. I'll get you in there. and I let you guys look at it so you can see firsthand what your kids, what your advisors are teaching them, because there's nothing crucial for that program to be able to succeed without the leadership and without the advisors. So I applaud the advisors too, because they put the effort, and it was a long trip that they would go back and forth, but your kids were amazing. They did a talent show. I hope they do the skit for you guys to see it. It was amazing what they did. It showed cohesiveness, teamwork, and I guess embodies what your department's about, because what they did was incredible. They also have a cadence, and I know that you guys don't know how police work works, but they have a cadence, and it's very catchy. Can you guys call it out for me? Because I love it, and they'll say it. So I always say roll. All the teams that compete have a cadence that they say, and Homestead's is memorable, so go ahead. Call it. That is amazing, catchy. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Sabrina, because like you said, there was some awards given, and due to some errors, these two are now going to be given here in front of everybody that they can get and acknowledged. Thank you for having us here, and I appreciate it. And Chief, keep up the good work you always do.
Hello, everyone. So, as Lieutenant Jeanette said, they placed overall 6, which is a great, obviously, goal. Out of 20 posts that were represented in the competition, and I just wanted to tell you what they placed in. So, for these scenarios, they placed actually first place in crime scene. They placed third place in search. They placed fourth in domestic violence. And then we have our outside activities, which in obstacle course, Milo Joseph placed second place for our male candidate. For our female, she placed third, and it's Jahaira Bola. For the bicycle course, our female was Jacqueline Hoyt. She's not here today. For the shoot house competition, male David Lemus placed. Those that did the talent show placed second. And then for tug of war, they tied in second place. So that's a great, great, great overall. On all the competitions, they did an excellent job, and we're very proud, and we've worked very hard as a committee to make it happen and make it successful. So we appreciate, obviously, all the support that you guys give, because if not, our competition wouldn't be successful as well. So we hope that next year, they take a few more. And thank you for having us and presenting them with this special presentation.
Great, thank you. So before I let them go, I want to invite the rest of the council up and the mayor so we can get a picture with the explorers. But part of what these guys and girls learn is all about law enforcement, right? And now we're blessed that, as they were up here talking, we have some graduates from the explorers that are actually in the police academy that will come back and serve the city of Homestead eventually, hopefully, as law enforcement officers. We've had some that have gone on to be dispatchers in the department. So, there's so much opportunity. Okay, go ahead, Wiley. You want to say something?
We have one, she was trying to make it back down here, but she's on her way back from Miami-Dade because she's currently in the police academy. She was my chief right before her. She pinned her. This is the Explorer chief. Also, these two is in the process of going through the police department for community service aid. So that process has just started. So the doors do open up, and I really thank, Chief, the command staff, and Sergeant Tate. I know you're back there, but you come up, but it starts with, starts from the bottom, then it works way up. And with him being a spokesperson to make sure that we able to put in for this this trip and working it up the chain, we was able to make this trip happen all the way up to Fort Lauderdale. So we thank all of you guys for supporting us and carrying us along the way. So, and special counsel as well. So thank you guys. And Explorers, y'all keep up the good work.
So I have here a certificate of appreciation, the City of Homestead Proudly Awards, the Homestead Police Explorers, post number 47, for their achievements and their accomplishments in this competition. Wadley, thank you. You're a gem to our city. You do so much for our youth. How many kids are in your program?
Right now, we have currently like 24 that's up in the program. We had 6 that just graduated. So this is what we have left and the ones that's there. However, we do have 14 that's cadets that's in the process of becoming police explorers.
So they go through a process. And, you know, there's been a lot of stories, and we don't have a lot of time to say all that, but I know how many kids you've helped, some that were on the wrong track. You brought them in, and they're going on and being productive citizens in the city. So I applaud you for everything you do, your staff, Tate, who's, you know, I think he's camera shy back there, but we appreciate everything you guys do. We'll always be here to support you. Thank you. We're going to take a picture now.
Again, thank you all. That concludes our presentation ceremony. We're going to take a 5-minute or so break, and then we will convene our regular council meeting, and we're going to endeavor to keep it to 5 so that we can be out of here by 10 o'clock. Hint, hint. 5. Again, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the June 21st, 2023 City of Homestead regular city council meeting to order. This evening we'll have the invocation by Pastor Abel Bonilla, pastor of the Pentecostal of Homestead Church. Following that, I will join with the Homestead Police Explorers for the pledge. Please stand, everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let us join in prayer today. If you would like to bow your head and close your eyes if it is your custom. Gracious and loving Father, we come before you today with humble hearts, grateful for the opportunity to gather in this esteemed place where decisions are made, where lives are touched and where the future of our community, Lord, is shaped. As we navigate through the complexities of governance and seek solutions to the challenges that lie before us, we ask for your divine guidance. Grant us the clarity of thought and the wisdom to make just and fair decisions that promote the common good and uplift the lives of all of our citizens. May our actions and words be guided by compassion, empathy, and a deep sense of responsibility. Help us to foster an atmosphere of unity where diverse voices are heard, respected, and embraced. Finally, we extend our gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon our city, its people, and this gathering. We thank you for the freedoms we enjoy, the resources we have, and the opportunities that lie before us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Benito. Police Explorers here to do the.
Honor guard. Hold. Right face. Present. On.
Please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. Left face. Forward. March.
Thank you. Please be seated. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, I'm sorry. They didn't let Mr. Roth know this earlier, but a couple of the police explorers are going to be leaving us soon to go represent our country in the United States Air Force. So I'd like to also recognize Mr. Milo Joseph and Mr. E.J. Auguste. Congratulations and thank you for everything you've done. Best of wishes on your new career. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher.
Present.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Here. All right. Next on the agenda are public comments. I will open the floor for general public comments. Given our time constraints, I would ask that we limit each comment to 2 minutes. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and make a public comment? Any topic? Last call. All right, we will close the public comment section of the agenda. Mr. Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Thank you, Mayor. Aspen Estates PH 2021-55 variance requests, PH 2021-52 site plan, PH 2021-53 tentative plat are being deferred and re-advertised for next month's council meeting on July 26.
Thank you. It's the out by Westbury Estates, those two. It's not on the agenda, no. Any questions or comments? Do we have a motion to defer? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, second by Councilman Roth. Any further discussion? Defer to time certain, July 21st. 24th. Today's the 21st, July 24th. All right. July 26th, okay. Once again, July 26th.
Yes, Mayor.
All right. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. We have next before us the consent agenda consisting of tabs 1 through 18. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. All in favor? Any opposed? Next item, Mr. White, public hearings.
Yes, Mayor, this is the quasi-judicial section of the agenda. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following quasi-judicial items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda, and that would be for tab 19, 20, 21, or 22.
Council, is there anyone who has not had ex parte communication with respect to these quasi-judicial items? So by our silence, we are all indicating that we have all had ex parte communication on those items.
So at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who is wishing to speak on tabs 19, 20, 21, or 22, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth to help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Mayor, tab 19 and tab 20 are corresponding applications for the same proposed development, townhouse development. Tab 19 is a site plan, and tab 20 is the corresponding tentative plat. I can introduce both of those. You can have a collective public hearing, discussion, and take a separate vote on each one of those items.
Let's take them as a whole. Thank you.
Tab 19 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. for the development of a new residential subdivision totaling 67 townhouse dwelling units on an approximately 6.5-acre parcel of land, generally located north of Lucy Street, east of Southwest 14th Avenue, south of Southwest 6th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 20 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. for the development of a new residential subdivision totaling 67 townhouse dwelling units on approximately 6.5-acre parcel of land, generally located north of Lucy Street, east of Southwest 14th Avenue, and south of Southwest 6th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The staff recommends that the mayor and council approve both the site plan and the tentative plat. They both conform with the applicable sections of the city code with no variances or any of those types of things. So they are certainly something that we should approve. Again, the property is located in the southwest neighborhood. It's in two different zoning districts in the southwest neighborhood, the commercial district and the traditional multifamily district. The applicant is seeking to develop the property with 67 townhouse units on 3 of the vacant parcels. It's going to result in 10.3 dwelling units per acre net average. The plan also includes 24-foot paved private streets and walkways located throughout the development. The townhomes are arranged in 9 different buildings. Each of the buildings has structures for garages at the rear of all residents, and those garages will be serviced through an interconnected set of alleyways. The access to the main entries units is delineated by landscaped courtyards, and the proposed models do consist of 2-story, 4-bedroom units, each comprised of about 1,300 square feet. So with that, I can answer any questions, but the applicant is here if you need to go into the site plan in any greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, council will hear from the applicant's representative on these items.
Good evening, Melissa Tapanez with the offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I'm here on behalf of D.R. Horton, and I'm joined by Cynthia Caldevilla, Keith Leonard, as well as Rebecca Cortez from D.R. Horton, and my colleague Nick Rodriguez. We're excited to bring to you Villa Verde, a tastefully designed, lushly landscaped residential community in the city's southwest neighborhood. We've met with area stakeholders and are proud to report that we've received very favorable feedback and a general excitement to finally see home ownership opportunities in this area. Many are hopeful that this application will start a development trend to incentivize investment in this community. The project, as was mentioned, is at the northeast corner of Lucy Street and 187th Avenue, just east of Blakely Park, and west Homestead, the K through 8, which is an ideal location for families. The future land use designation is a planned urban neighborhood, and specifically the property is located in the southwest planned urban neighborhood. The applications before you today are site plan approval and a tentative plat. We are not seeking any rezonings, any variances, and the goal is simply to implement the SWPUN vision and develop an as-of-right project to benefit the area. As you know, the purpose of this PUN is to promote redevelopment of the southwest neighborhood. It provides for guided development as well as smart growth and good urban design principles. The concept is to increase housing stock and economic development opportunities in a pedestrian-friendly environment. We're proposing 67 townhomes. The density is about 10 units per acre, where 15 units per acre is allowed. We're providing 167 parking spaces, which is about 2.5 spaces per unit. There's tasteful architecture consistent with the master plan, lush tropical landscaping, and all units have impact glass. As you'll see before you, that the architecture is meant to implement a contemporary Caribbean architectural style, capturing major elements which define the vernacular. The homes are built closer to the street to provide more contact between neighbors and to provide a safer environment with eyes close to the street. The townhomes are rear-loaded and have a garage on one facade and a porch on the other side. The porches play into the street connectivity and provide for additional outdoor living space. The geometric PVC railings line the porch and create a distinctive look. As you can see, the buildings boast a deeply pitched roof with decorative trims. In an effort to create a dynamic community, some elevations have these continuous hip roofs. You could also see that these hip roofs are intended to be hurricane resilient. Along with the Caribbean theme, there's also the typical Bahamian style shutters. The proposed landscaping is Caribbean inspired with flowering trees and lush tropical vegetation. The community will include 3 color schemes. And as you can see in the right of the screen, it's intended that each one of the assemblages will have a different color scheme with no color scheme matching each other. From a technical perspective, the project meets all of the city's levels of service for infrastructure improvements. This is the Miami-Dade County Public Schools confirmation of meeting school capacity. We've also had the traffic analysis conducted, reviewed, and approved by both your professional staff as well as Miami-Dade County. We've also secured municipal approval from the Department of Environmental Resource Management. We have reached out to members of the Southwest Advisory Committee, have had the opportunity to meet with them individually, along with other stakeholders in the community. And as I mentioned, many of the community were excited with this development, and Councilwoman Bailey attended some of those meetings, so I'll let her speak to the impact of the project on the community. Most importantly, D.R. Horton wishes to be good neighbors and work with the city along with the communities it serves. The goal is to provide for first-time buyer trainings and workshops with homestead residents, particularly those in the southwest area. Workshops will include mortgage finance, credit repairs, and the home buying process, along with incentives as we progress through the construction process. As we all know, buying a home is instrumental to the first step of creating equity and generational wealth, and that is what we wish for our homestead residents. This property is currently vacant, so there will be no displacement of existing residents, but really add to the city's housing stock and the diversity of this particular neighborhood. Approval of this project will provide residents with the opportunity to purchase a newly constructed home where that opportunity currently does not exist. From an economic perspective, this project will generate almost $1 million in impact fees, including over $300,000 to the city and $500,000 in road impact fees. As you know, we're working with the city administration to ensure that road impact fees paid in the city stay in the city, and we encourage you all to continue to encourage developers like D.R. Horton to do that. These townhomes are anticipated to sell in the low $400,000. And to conclude, we're hopeful that this project fully implements the vision of the Southwest PUN. Approval of this project will generate for the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in impact fees, as well as increase the tax base by over $150,000 annually. We respectfully request your approval this evening for, again, this as-of-right project, and we're available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Councilwoman Bailey, as this is your district, I'd offer you first shot, if you'd like to take that.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is definitely one of the projects that I've met the most on, and I do appreciate you all reaching out to the Southwest Advisory Committee. Obviously, we're incredibly excited to have development coming to our area. I think that some of the big pluses are the addition of the impact windows, of course, your promise to host these first-time homebuyer programs. That's really important to us as SWAC. And myself, of course, to make sure that our current residents have all of the tools that they need to avail themselves and understand what type of programs are out there that could help them be a home buyer. The landscaping is also one of the pluses. I think that the only negative comments, which I know that you've been working on to address, is that some of the board members thought that it's not quite the caliber of development that we've seen in some of the recent developments. We spoke a little bit about differentiating, between the 9 buildings, making sure that each person's home felt like their own. Each building kind of looks like one big plain building. So to really be able to feel like that piece is mine, I think that was that was one of the most important things that came up at the meetings. So any opportunities to change the color scheme from the top to the bottom. You mentioned that there were how many different colors?
There are about 4 color schemes. And as you can see in this rendering, that is the idea, to have the colors be diversified within the scheme. I'll go back.
So in this blue one, the top would be?
I'm sorry, 3 color schemes. So yes, the idea is for there to be the different colors to differentiate between each of those units. Okay. As a response to that comment that we received. Perfect. And we appreciate the members who met with us and gave us those comments to improve the project.
And if you can go back to the elevation. The only other comment that I thought would make a big difference is in the overhangs, to add a little more definition, a little more uniqueness, a little more. The overhangs just seem very, very bland. I appreciate the shutters, even though they're not needed, and they're just decorative. I know that you did an improvement with the lighting. I appreciate that. I think that looks much better. But it just feels like there's just not that that definition between the units. I think that was one of the main things.
We'll continue to work on that as
thank-
well. And the overhangs, you mean the porch overhangs?
The porch overhangs and the roof hips over the garages. I appreciate the paint color V's, but there's a lot that you can do to just add a lot more interest. I had one more question as far as trying to keep the county dollars for roadway in our city. What are some of the things that you're doing?
Well, we have a follow-up meeting next week, actually, with the Public Works departments, both the city and the county. The technicalities of having the city priorities qualify for county impact fees includes changing the designations of the roadways to qualify under the long-range plan of Miami-Dade County. So Mr. Brea is here, and I would defer to him if he would like to answer the question more directly. But basically, it's a study that needs to occur in order to change those roadways to qualify. And thereafter, it would be going to a TOP meeting, a TPO meeting, I apologize, in order to have that long-range plan changed. So there was apparently some confusion between the city and the county, and the city reached out to me, and we're having that meeting next week to assuage any confusion.
Okay, no, that sounds great.
So we're going to keep working on it because it's something that we just think it's necessary.
No, I was hoping that we could have some staff members involved as well.
Some staff.
Some of our staff,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
fantastic.
It actually has been between city and county staff over the last, I would say, month and a half. And just more recently, they asked for some technical assistance from the county. So we're acting as a facilitator to get the parties together. This is a governmental process. We just want to make sure it's done, and so that we can report back to you as to when it's being done and when we can actually commence our application process. Because once the city priorities are part of the county TPO and long-range plan, then that's when D.R. Horton and developers like D.R. Horton would be able to undergo the actual application process for the credit in lieu of impact fees. So we're just following up, because as soon as that's done, then we could submit our application in order to do the work in lieu of those impact fees.
Okay, super. And then the last thing, which we spoke a little bit about, is since there was no park or green space as far as a gathering area, obviously we have Blakey Park very close by, was to think if there is something that we can do to make that crosswalk safer, so that any children or obviously adults who wanted to go to Blakey Park, that was a safer route for them to take.
So that's a wonderful question for you to ask, because it's another little project that we're working on with the City Public Works Department, specifically for the Aspen project where it came up. And that specifically is the idea of the city developing and erecting traffic calming devices, such as what you have is the flash beacon, rapid flash beacons for crosswalks. Because there is a crosswalk, but it's just not as I think as safe as we would all like, especially having children cross the street. In a community, that's something that I think it's part of a rite of passage for our youngsters to be able to go to the park on their own. So something that would make that 187th Avenue much safer is to have those, flashing beacons for the crosswalk. With that, I just had the opportunity to follow up with Mr. Brea regarding the work that we're doing with the Westbury Estates Homeowners Association, and that is they want speed tables in their community. And that's really what a lot of these communities want in order to ensure that traffic goes onto the major corridors that hopefully soon, as part of that other process, will become now priority projects, because they'll become part of those the county corridors that are able to be improved with the impact fees. At the same time, what we learned just a few weeks ago is that the city of Homestead does not have an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County to allow for the traffic calming devices to be implemented. Specifically, things like whether it's roundabouts or speed tables or flashing beacons on your crosswalks. Those all require today Miami-Dade County approvals. What many local governments and municipalities are doing in Miami-Dade County, such as, and you see them when you drive through Palmetto Bay, South Miami, City of Miami, Coral Gables, is Miami Beach. They all have these interlocal agreements. And what the interlocal agreement does is allow for once the city and the county enter into the interlocal agreement, it approves specific dimensions and design criteria for each one of those traffic calming measures so that the city could just apply to Miami-Dade County with a permit application that only takes through the interlocal agreement, the county commits to a 10-day review period because it's already been agreed upon what the design standards are. So it's simply having the plans provided along with the requirements that are all in the interlocal agreement, and thereafter they can be approved in 10 days. The part that the city needs to do is obviously not only construct but also maintain those, whether it's the roundabouts or the beacons or the speed tables. So that's something that Mr. Brea mentioned that, and he can speak for himself, but I understand that he doesn't have objections to, and the city attorney's office has received examples of interlocal agreements from other municipalities in the county. And right now, what Mr. Brea reports is that it is a policy decision of this council. So the council, all it needs to do is ask the city attorney to put an item on the agenda, and then you can consider that interlocal agreement and hopefully approve it, send it over to Miami-Dade County. These are boilerplate, template kind of documents, but something that you should obviously read, and it could have a budget impact, especially depending on what kind of improvements you would thereafter permit. But the interlocal agreement is the first step to do things like having those beacons at the crosswalks, the speed tables for communities that are concerned about traffic from other communities going through their residential streets. So it's something that we've been speaking about, and I would really encourage this council to take up. So thank you for that great question.
So all together now, Mr. Attorney, this is your direction to do that.
Starting here, if it passes.
Motion second, unanimous? Maybe?
So, sorry, just to finish, again, very happy to see some development. Also happy that you didn't take advantage of all the units that you could build there. But the design itself it leaves something to be desired.
We'll continue to work on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You, Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not a designer or an architect either, but just looking at the elevation that you just took off, or somebody took off. Can we go back to
I was
that?
trying to get back to
That elevation
the
that was
original
just
ones.
there? Whatever that thing,
There we go.
go back to the other one.
Oh, you wanted the other one?
The one right before, yeah, there you go, that one.
This is the rear loaded garages, so these are the rear of the units.
Right, okay. So, just by looking at those, I see a future problem with that light in the middle of the garage as to who's going to be changing that light bulb. Who does it belong to? And because if you're trying to make a distinguishing factor of, these are separate units for the homeowner, as Councilwoman Bailey was saying, I know it's not the front of the unit, but is there any real parking in the front of the unit? Will they have street parking in front, or will they be accessing their property from the rear all the time?
They'll be through the rear.
Right, so who will see the front of the unit?
I'm sorry?
Who will see it when they drive by the front of the unit? Is there, people will see those units? too?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so the color scheme that I look here, it looks like the two on the end are blue, and the two in the middle are the same color, right? So eventually you wanted to identify each unit as its own with a color scheme and pattern. So I think you can probably work on that too. And I don't know that separating the garages, not with space, but maybe a definite line or something architecturally that separates those. And then you have two lights for each of the garages. That way you have, the sensation that this is my garage, this is my home based on the colors and the schemes and the pattern of dividing the garage. It's just something I think when I see it. That's just what I see when I see it. And it looks like the downstairs units of the center ones are blue versus the out. So the colors are just kind of strange to me. I mean, I'd rather have like my unit one color with accenting colors to identify it as my home, right? Versus what I see here. I mean, besides that, as I told you before, I love the project. I'm for the project. It's just some of those little details that Councilwoman Bailey had brought out that I think just need a little bit of work. That's all. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Who's next? Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Melissa, for the presentation. I am not the liaison for the Southwest, but the Southwest is forever my home, having lived there for 18 years. So, although I appreciate the development coming into the area because the area hasn't seen it in a while, I just can't in good conscience mention the fact that several members of the community have expressed concerns, some concerns to me. So I'm interested in knowing who are some of the other stakeholders that you referenced, you spoke to.
Let me get a list. I'll be back. In addition to the chairwoman, Delia Martinez, and Latrivia Smith, LaWanda Bragg, Adrian Pennerton, Pastor Joseph, who were all supportive, today we met with Pastor, give me 1 second, I want to pronounce the name correctly, Stiles. Pastor Stiles. So I know that you gave us a list of names over the weekend, and we did reach out to them when we were able to meet with just a couple of them who made themselves available for us.
So you did meet with some of the pastors?
Yes, Pastor Stiles today,
one.
as well as Pastor Joseph.
Right. So, in listening to some of those names, I'm not sure any of them live in the Southwest.
The pastors that you gave us their information over the weekend?
The ones who you spoke to, none of them live in the Southwest. LaWanda Bragg has family in the Southwest who's lived there for a while, but none of them live in the Southwest. Although I respect, the work that they do, and their heart is in the right place. And I'm not saying I don't support the project, but I know who I work for, and I have to center, their concerns. And some of the concerns that I've heard on the ground was the fact that this is a potential development coming into the area. However, they're concerned about gentrification because the price point of these townhomes are $400,000. And the per capita income for those that live in the Southwest is nowhere near within their reach to be able to purchase here. So although I respect and admire the fact that you will host first-time homebuyer workshops to help them realize the American dream, a lot of them don't make over $100,000 or close to that to be able to afford it. I'm not sure how many are here who could probably afford a $400,000 home. So my question is, what else can you do to make the support real? Because a first-time home buyer training and helping them repair their credit, it's just not real for a lot of them that live in the Southwest. So what else can you do to invest in that community? Because many of them who live there, they won't be in this development.
So the purpose of the Southwest Master Plan is to incentivize investment in the community. And that is what a project like this does. It's an as-of-right development.
No,
What
I
more-
recognize it's as a right, it's
so what
conforming,
more-
so it's gonna pass. I'm not saying I don't support it, but gentrification, and you're very full aware of it, it's real. And that is the perception that these homes, wealthier people are going to be coming into this community, and those who were born and raised there have to look at a development that they can't afford.
So I believe that rising tides lifts all boats.
Absolutely.
That is what I believe. So, and I believe in mixed income communities because that is how you, and I am a product of a mixed income community, a lower income community, and by going to school in a different community, I think that is having mixed income is really what contributes to a betterment in society. So I see this project as doing all the things that are envisioned by the Southwest Master Plan and why that was put into place. My understanding is, and based on the comments from this council, that you want nicer products, right? That's what we're being asked to do. So if we're doing
Wait, let's just stop there. So let's just say I'm the product of not a mix, I'm a product of a poor community. And I have to represent the voices of those who live in that community. So yes, we want great products coming into the community, and I support this project, but I also feel that we need to do more in this community to invest. With the Aspen Estates, you have the farm and all that you've invested in that community to appeal to the residents and the concerns up here. I think with this, we've fallen short. I'm not even going to talk about the elevations because my colleagues did that, so I don't want to belabor that. But I think we need to do more than the
we're
first-time
happy to
home
work
buyer.
with you and brainstorm those ideas as to what more looks like.
I think what we need to do is go into the community and meet with them. I know you got the names late and you didn't have enough time to meet with all the pastors, to sit down, to go into the churches and speak to them there, because they tell me, Patricia, you guys are building all these developments, but we can't afford them. So it's an affordability factor. But I think in order to win them over and meet them in the community where they are, I think those conversations need to be held with the pastors, with those in the churches, with those who've been born and raised in the Southwest community, so that they can eventually support this project. Because some of the Southwest Advisory Committee members I met with, they didn't know the price point. They didn't know there were $400,000 homes.
We had those conversations we answered truthfully all the questions asked, and we made that same presentation
Sometimes they
we're
don't know,
making to you.
they may not know which question to ask. So I don't want us to debate.
So, well,
I have time,
definitely
but
don't want
we
to,
don't
but
have
if you're
time.
talking about bringing more affordability, the state of Florida just adopted, as this council is well aware of, the Live Local Act, and you can provide more affordability through incentives from the state of Florida and elsewhere. I'm not sure what we
Okay,
can...
so we can talk about the Live Florida Act. We can talk about what the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood envisioned, but we need to get real. And we need to understand the real needs of those on the ground in the Southwest. And all I'm asking is to sit down with the community and come up with ways to build relationships and get them to fully support this project, knowing all the details, because a great portion of them will never be able to probably live here. So I think with time, we should have those conversations with those in the community, just like we did at Aspen Estates. When you met them where they were, I think it's important to meet them where they are in the Southwest community.
Again, we're happy to meet with anyone who wants to meet with us. We reached out to everyone that you gave us their information. We met with those who made time for us. We're happy to continue this conversation in the future.
I think it needs to be a town hall. I think it needs to be a town hall in the Southwest.
We're happy to participate in
Thank
a town
you.
hall of the city of Homestead to do a town hall. This is the first investment in this area, but certainly not the last. So if there
I know, because there's another project that will be affordable will be right in the area. That application will probably be coming before us. But I don't want you to get offended by my concerns, because I know who I work for. and I work for the residents. And the African American community, they look to me for leadership. They look for me to convey their concerns. And although I'm going to support it tonight because you have every right to develop it, I have to convey their concerns because it would be unwise of me not to do so.
And we
So
appreciate
I think we should have a town hall community meeting in the Southwest to talk about this project. And if they have concerns, we can discuss them there and just work together to ensure that you get their full buy-in on this project.
So what I would suggest is to have a town hall meeting with the city of Homestead to speak about the master plan. So if there is issues with the master plan that are being articulated here, that is a policy decision, right? And we're happy, on behalf of D.R. Horton and other developers, we're happy to participate both as a development and as a development community. But the questions that you raise and the issues you raise are very large issues. And in this particular project, there is no displacement, right? It is an as-of-right project.
I
And
didn't say
so-
there was a
Right, but
displacement.
I'm
I
just-
know it's as of
so,
right.
but
I
that's
know it's
gentrification.
conforming.
Use the G word, right?
Right,
And
right.
gentrification is displacement of a
But
community.
Melissa, it's all about perception.
Correct. And-
Perception is people's reality.
Agreed. Agreed.
And that is their concern. That
Agreed,
they're
and
going to look at this development that they can never afford. They can't afford this many that live there. So all I am asking is for us to go to them like
And
we
I
do
agree.
everybody else and have those conversations about what is coming into their community, because you'll move on to your next project. But I have to go back on Blakey Park and the Powell Gym and hear what these residents, or in the churches where I'm at every Sunday, and hear what they're sharing and conveying with me. So that's why I'm sharing it with you,
And
so
I'm
that we
already
can smooth that
committed
over.
to contribute to that town hall meeting. What I am suggesting is that the issue that you raise is not about this particular project. It is a greater issue, and it deals with your Southwest Master Plan and how the city's vision for the area is to attract development, and the comments that we've heard have all been positive. We have not heard negative comments about new development in this area regarding things like paint schemes and units, et cetera. That is facade work. That is
Right.
very simple things that this is the first time we're hearing it, and we're happy to continue
Well, I'm not
to work.
refuting what you heard, and I'm not saying that, you're misrepresenting, what you heard, but I'm just sharing with you what I heard as well.
I understand that concern is that concern is Florida-wide, as all our property values are skyrocketing. That issue is a much bigger issue,
is.
and it's not just Southwest. It's not just City of Homestead. It is a very large issue.
I agree with you, but those in the Southwest community don't really, majority of them may not even understand all of this. So that is why it is important to go out. I'm a grassroots kind of girl. Go out in the community where they are, have those organic conversations, face to face, heart to heart. Eventually, they may end up supporting it, but we have to have those conversations. And I thank you for agreeing to going out to the community and having those town hall meetings. And Councilman Bailey, if you want to take the lead on that, as it is your district, I'll be more than happy to participate. Thank you. I rest there, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman, I don't think that you're asking for anything out of this world or anything abnormal to what we have expected from developers in the past, and I appreciate Melissa's efforts in past projects and trying to reach out to different organizations, like our discussions with the healthy lifestyle living and the co-ops. So I know that she has the ability, and her team can definitely execute those kinds of missions. And so I know that in these moments when we're asked to kind of, reach an expectation, in the moment we may not be able to see, well, what's the point, or what can come out of that if we don't see the solution. And the idea is to try to take an opportunity to brainstorm and find where solutions may arise from those conversations. So not having the answer tonight is okay. And so I think we need to let's just slow down and realize that the purpose here is to build community and to not point fingers at, which developer is going to displace which community. Not that that's being done tonight, but as it's been mentioned, perception is everything, right? So what we're trying to do is create development that is impactful in positive ways. This project, I really would like to approve it because it is, as you mentioned, a great investment in the downtown, in our southwest section. I'm not the liaison either, but as I mentioned in our presentations or in our discussions in the past, I'm very much committed to being a participant from as early on as possible in these projects. Even though this is as-right build, there are no variances. I mentioned that there were major discussions and workshops that we had with regards to the facade, the overall development, the plan, the master plan, and I was disappointed because you guys, it seemed like you guys did not have the opportunity to really get those code changes we wanted as part of this development. My understanding is that those changes were held up because of one of the density issues from going from 10 to 15. Can you confirm that?
Yes, it's with the state, and I confirmed with James and Joe earlier today that the issues with the facades and things like that, it was in the same ordinance attached. They weren't bifurcated, so that's why that portion of it is still on hold.
Thank you. And so I feel like that's very unfair to this developer for not being able to have had those code requirements made available to them so that they can provide a product that we would all be like, aha, finally, fresh, new, what we wanted, because those discussions have been had. We've really thoroughly done our homework. We've sat down, we've researched what can be done. We've met with developers and received feedback. We even gave one developer a free pass to do it all over again because we just don't like the way these as-of-right build projects look in general as it pertains to the way that our current Southwest Code reads. So I appreciate you saying that you're going to kind of go back and try to fix the facade a little bit and do what you can to make it look unique to each homeowner. I personally don't like the fact that there's really no garden space or there's no backyard. There's pretty much street on both sides. So if there's any way to create more privacy for the unit, if this is meant to be a family type of sale where you're fitting children and a couple in there, it's definitely not one of those properties that are like for a new professional or a couple that's going to be riding bicycles to and from downtown, things like that. So if it's meant to be family friendly, I'd like to see more components of that in the design aspect. Overall, I really appreciate D.R. Horton's commitment to the community. You guys have proven to be very conscious and have been great corporate citizens, especially in the last 6 months, but I know that's going to continue because you have an investment in the city of Homestead and you have multiple projects that you're going to be working on. So I really appreciate that factor. But all in all, there needs to be some improvement with the aesthetics here, and it's not your fault. As we mentioned, there are code pending to be put into the file, but if there's any way that we can have that made available to the applicants that are submitting for project approval, it would help them. It would help them know.
We've been in DRC meetings since March of 2022, and we have never received any of these comments.
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge. And so I want to make sure that you know that I don't blame your team or your architect rather, for creating these kinds of elevations because
it's what you asked for in your code.
It's what the code says.
Correct.
Right. But that does
and
not.
We wouldn't be here if we didn't comply with the code, right? We would never get out of DRC. For an administrative site planner, this site plan as of right since March 2022. Right. And when you speak about how expensive homes are, this is what creates expensive homes. A year plus of carrying costs, numerous DRC meetings, right? And then coming to this council, doing the outreach, because we did the outreach, right? This council appoints members to the Southwest Advisory Committee, and we met, we deferred at the last hearing so that we could attend a meeting before with the final plans blessed by your staff with a favorable recommendation. There was no meeting. right? We ended up meeting individually with each one, each member, and we had additional information provided once we were told that the members appointed by this council do not represent the Southwest. I mean, how is a
Wait, let me stop you there. I did
or
not
do
say
not
that.
live in the area?
I did not say that.
Okay.
I think it was great that you met with the Southwest Advisory Committee, but I was also saying that you should meet with some of the residents who live there who have concerns right now. So I didn't dismiss you meeting with the Southwest Advisory
And I
Committee.
appreciate that. And the question
clear.
is who, right? Like, again.
Right, but all of that does not negate the fact that our workshops have been happening and that we have always made those available for developers to come and sit and participate and help us create a master plan that's doable, that's realistic, right? So just with all that said and done, there's obviously work to be done to make the process more streamlined and easier on both sides of the spectrum here, for the developer, for the council, for our team that's processing the paperwork. And I would like to see this just improve a little bit better. And just for future projects, have us participate in these conversations earlier on, even if it is as of right, because we have said it time and time again, our code needs improvement. We're not happy with our code. The code takes forever to change. So if a project needs variances, I don't consider the word variance a bad word. Bring us the variance if it's going to make the project better. If you needed to add a few more units to be able to afford being able to drop your prices to make it a more affordable, attainable product that actually meets aesthetics, the variance is probably going to pass, right? So having those conversations early on before you're spending all this time, energy, architect money into creating these designs that we're ultimately not really happy with, we're doing our best as council members to try to tell the world, talk to us first, we're trying to change things and we want to make it easier. And we want this to be a partnership, not a dictatorship, and we want to be part of that solution at the end of the day. So thank you for taking those items into consideration. I'll rest there.
Thank you. Councilman Rowe.
I just want to add something to the conversation, because what my colleague at the end brings up is a concern for, I think, a lot of people, not only in the city of Homestead, but throughout the country. And it's a different time and a different topic to speak about, affordability when it comes to home ownership. And I think that's another big problem we have with all the development that's going on north of us, where it's affordable housing, but the only people that own that are corporations. They're not individuals that are owning these properties, so they make it affordable so they can pay the rent for people. So this is a totally different topic to speak about when it comes to affordability in any area in the state. And it's interesting that it's D.R. Horton that's speaking to us, because they're America's builder, right? They're the biggest in the country, and there has to be a way that they can figure out a way to work with the federal government to make some programs available for affordable home ownership versus affordable housing, and especially in a blighted area like the Southwest section, that, as my colleague said, people are going to look at the construction going up and say they can't afford to buy that, and it's heartbreaking to hear that, right? And it's not only the cost of the house or the property, it's also what's happening with the cost of insurance. So it's a multifaceted issue that we are facing here in South Florida. Unfortunately, you're standing here and you're talking about your development, which I think we all agree is going to be very healthy for the area. But the conversation that we need to have more is, how do we maybe stop the cycle of affordable housing and start the cycle of affordable home ownership? So that's a conversation I don't know that we can have that. This is going to go through tonight, I know that, but I think with D.R. Horton as a partner in this project, they're hearing what we're saying. This will help their bottom line in the end as well, because they will sell more homes to more people that will have the opportunity to purchase. So it's going to take help from everybody to do that. We up here as legislators have to figure out a way to get to Tallahassee and talk to the people who are allowing the insurance companies to rob us every year, because it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, Melissa, you're part of that conversation right now, but I just wanted to air that here so that I'm on board with everything that's been said. We're not going to solve the affordability thing tonight, but we need to work on that collectively as a group. And it's something that has to be done and has to be done now. So thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to get the Vice Mayor and then Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. Melissa, thank you for that presentation. Obviously, what my colleagues have already expressed, I feel the same. And again, Larry Roth, you're talking about an affordability problem. I think the only way we're going to attract more affordability in this area is when we use different design materials. We can't always think that we have to do the traditional style of building, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. There are alternative designs when it comes to modular, when it comes to utilizing concrete to do the whole structure. So there's other ways that we could identify how to lower the price points of these properties. But this particular conversation, the developer is saying it's a free market. The market's going to dictate, who purchases and who doesn't. But what my colleagues are saying is we want to make sure that the people are included, that they're inclusive, that we are inclusive to understand what their needs are. And I get that totally. I'm a big town hall person, so I think having a town hall will be extremely beneficial. And we really have to start to identify how do we attract other development that has different design standards. Because right now, I think all we can argue is the site plan, the aesthetics of this property. So I think instead of continuing this conversation for another hour, I think we should go ahead and move forward, have the applicant go back, address some of the concerns we've discussed today, and then come back next month and discuss it a little bit more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Melissa, thank you again for the presentation, our opportunity to speak over the last couple of weeks. My colleagues make very valid points, and it's something that we need to look at as a group, overall the affordability concept. We've talked about it in the past, but yet we still haven't had the discussion workshop that we need to have. So you're not part of that decision, but we need to have that discussion sooner rather than later as a group with city staff to try and identify what affordable is. Because affordable is different for everybody in this room. Everybody has their own number in their mind. So we got to make sure that we discuss that and look at that holistically. Not going to talk about aesthetics. One thing that I did not bring up, and I meant to, was on the back side of the property that is going to be facing 187th Avenue. Those properties are like right on the edge of the roadway, and that's where the front doors are for some of these properties going right out onto Redland Road. And my concern with another project that was talked recently was that proximity to the roadway and children being able to run out of their house and possibly get out into the roadway. That's a pretty bad roadway at times with people speeding up and down it. So just something to take a look at, some type of barrier, whether it be landscaping or something that might help prevent children from rushing out into the street off of those backside of those apartments is all on something we can talk about as we move forward. Other than that, I'm ready to move forward and support this project tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Based on your prior performance, I'm confident that between now and the second reading of this item, your team can make some architectural tweaks. What's that?
This is a site plan.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
this is it.
This is it. Okay. So where does that leave us in order to have that town hall? And let me just say this from a policy perspective. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So before we run off and award the Triangle property to somebody, I'm going to expect we're going to have the same town hall meetings with the community, because as I go to door to door in the Southwest, their concern is we don't want to see apartments up against the sidewalk on Southwest 4th Street in the historically commercial areas. I've heard it more than once, more than twice as I visit folks in the Southwest. So you know, if we're going to delay and impose a town hall on this project, which I hope we're not, we need to do it for ourselves as well. You know, in terms of, and look, this product may never be affordable for a certain population, not just in the Southwest neighborhood, but throughout our community. And I'm confident that there are other products in the pipeline that are going to create that diversity of housing. Now, would I like you to come back and when it's under actual construction, do that architectural tweak? Absolutely so. But this is a matter of right, and I'm ready to go forward with it. Councilwoman.
Yes, as I expressed, it's a matter of right. It's going to pass. I wasn't suggesting that we slow it down, but I still think we need to have those conversations. They still need to know what's coming into their community. We still need to build those relationships with them and determine how we can best support them while we're in their community. So although this is going to pass, I still think we need to have a town hall meeting in that community.
Absolutely. And my final comment would be, let's just use a phrase that was popular a couple of years ago on the national stage. The Southwest Master Plan needs to be repealed and replaced. All we're doing is nipping around the edges here, and we've just got to take the bull by the horns and figure out what's right and wrong with it and go forward rather than, you know, these architectural standards that may have never been appropriate and aren't to the standards that we want today. So let me see if there are any public comments. Any public comment? Mr. Kraft, let's get Mr. Kraft a microphone. Mr. Kraft's been here 3.5 hours to do this.
Hi, you all know me. I know you. And I was wondering a little bit about it, especially when I heard Patricia talking. She makes a lot of sense. I don't know how we're gonna understand it. I have difficulties understanding it, but we are seeing Homestead in a transition. It used to be, what can you say, half Caucasian and half black, and some Hispanics. That's not the truth any longer. We are becoming a minority. The Caucasian guy looking like me and Fletcher and Mayor, we are becoming a minority. The black Africans are becoming a minority because there are more Hispanic speaking people in Homestead now than there are white and blacks. And that's the truth. And by having it like that, we also see a change in financial demographic. And that means those areas that was before, what can you say, for some odd reason reserved to white or blacks, they're now seeing an influx of Hispanic coming in simply because it has to do with the economics. It has to do with the mighty green dollar. And the people who used to live there, they cannot afford living there anymore because prices are rising, and their wage is still basically the same as it was 5 or 10 years ago, and they still work for a minimum time-based paycheck, and they live check to check. Therefore, they cannot afford a housing project like this or any other one we can streamline down them. And it has nothing to do with the nice lady from the law firm. She looked mighty fine in her suit. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact of we are living in right now with the financial situation, the demographics, and so on. But it's up to the politicians, not just you seven, because it's above your pay grade. Right. It has to do with the other ones. They have to find a way how we can
We
mitigate.
burned up your 2 minutes, Mr.
Yes,
Kraft.
I know that. Sorry, guys, but I like to talk.
We probably don't disagree with a lot of your points. Any further public comments? All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Sorry.
Do we have another public comment? All right, there's no further public comment. I'll ask for a motion to approve tab 19. Yes,
Sorry. A couple more things, just real quick. So we had a town hall not too long ago with the purpose of these new developments coming. So that was at Greater Williams. This Sunday, I'm visiting New Mount Zion. So I know that I'm not as vocal on social media of things that I'm doing, but it is very important to me as well. And I do understand that at this price point, many of us cannot afford it in the Southwest. But it is also with the hopes that our children go on to college and they do well, and maybe they move back close to us one day. So completely understand the issues with the new developments, but if we are going to ask for something that looks great, then unfortunately there's really nothing else to do. And something else to keep in mind, some of our CRA first-time homes are over $300,000. So that is why I am really trying to focus on these events to encourage everybody to get educated on how they could become home buyers, because I do believe that there are going to be more grants that are coming in, whatever we can do as a city, of course. So that is incredibly important to me, and I appreciate you listening to me for a very long time, just trying to figure out what some of those key players would be to have there. So I just wanted to add that, and I will gladly second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey for approval of tab 19. So we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilman Roth, Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers, Councilwoman Bailey, Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And
Very
I believe
much.
we already read the resolution for tab 20, which is the companion item. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers, Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila, Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all.
Mayor, just wanted, I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to say, this is a pretty good indication that we should start maybe paying attention to bringing higher paying jobs. Higher paying jobs, because I don't think there's a price point, D.R. Horton or Lennar, that's under $350,000. So I think that'd be a good wake-up call for us to start looking at how we can bring better paying jobs to Homestead. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely, and I know that our staff looks at that every day, as do I, and we'll continue to make those economic development efforts. And I just have to say, you open the door, we took 100 acres of job production off the table with the approval of Copart. So, next item, tab 21, Mr. White.
Yes, Mayor. Tab 21 and 22 are corresponding applications. Tab 21 is a site plan, tab 22 is a tentative plat. I can introduce both. You could have a collective discussion, public hearing, and then take a vote separately on tab 21 and 22.
All right, let's have a collective presentation. Thank you, Mr. White.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Adrian Builders at North Canal Drive LLP for the development of an approximately 18,700 square foot retail commercial center consisting of 13 commercial units on approximately 1.56 acre parcel, generally located south of Southwest 328th Street and approximately 300 feet east of Southwest 162nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 22 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Adrian Builders of North Canal Drive LLP for the development of an approximately 18,700 square foot retail commercial center consisting of 13 commercial units on approximately 1.56 acre parcel, generally located south of Southwest 328th Street, southwest of 162nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Corradino.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. The staff recommends that the mayor and council approve this development with conditions, approve the site plan amendment. What's happening here is the applicant wants to build a development of an 18,700 square foot retail commercial center consisting of about 13 retail units on the 1.5 plus or minus acres of land. The issue here is that this development happened originally was approved in 2008. We approved a Walgreens, a bank with a drive-through, and a retail building. The Walgreens was built at the time, but the bank and the drive-through were not. So what's happening here is the site plan that was approved at the time is being amended for this new development, would replace the things that weren't built. The condition is necessitated because of the things that weren't built owed about $63,000 in fair share mitigation for traffic impacts at the time. If you can recall back in the boom, we were having a hard time keeping up with the traffic concurrency, and so a proportionate fair share was a way that the applicants could pay their fair share of the impact that they had on the neighborhood and move on very quickly. And so because those two pieces of the site were not built, they left on the table $63,000 worth of fees. We recommend that you approve this with the condition that they pay the city those fees and move on. So if you want, I can answer any questions. If not, the applicant's here to go through it. Thank you.
Okay, so the fair share is a calculation from
2008.
pre-boom, from 2008.
Correct.
So if this were a new application, what are we leaving on the table at today's calculation if this were a new application?
The delta between what it cost to build whatever they were doing then, post-COVID, with the price of whatever the improvement is at the time, if it hadn't been built, and what it was in 2008, probably a significant amount of money.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Nicholas Rodriguez on behalf of Adrian Builders at North Canal Drive, from the law firm Burkow, Radell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here joined by Mr. Adrian, the principal of Adrian Builders, and also our design team, Rosa Ramos, our architect, and our traffic engineer, Carl Peterson. And just a note on Adrian Builders, although this is their first project in Homestead, this is not their first commercial project in Miami-Dade County. They own and operate many shopping centers throughout the county. They're not the type of developer that typically just builds and moves on. They're here to manage and operate this project and lease it and provide neighborhood services. So the applications that are before you today are the site plan application and the tentative plat, and we're very excited to bring these neighborhood-serving commercial uses into the city, especially in light of all of the new residential, just like the previous project that was before you that my colleague Melissa Tappan has presented. This project provides 13 commercial units in a pretty elegantly designed building in 18,700 square feet. It's an as of right, and as Mr. Corradino noted, the only reason that we need to come to the council is because there was a previously approved site plan on the project. Otherwise, we'd probably be going through the administrative site plan review process. And what this is an example of is a micro retail project in a residential neighborhood intended to provide neighborhood services, such as like a cafe, bakeries, perhaps personal services like a beauty salon. And at the most intense, what would go here would be maybe a family-style restaurant or a daycare. And that's really what the maximum that this type of shopping center could support. And it's really just intended to meet the needs of the neighborhood. So to orient you to where we are, we're at the south side of North Canal Drive, just east of Southwest 162nd Avenue. It's about an acre and a half. And we are just north of the K-8 Gateway Environmental K-8 Center. And what you notice here on this aerial is that we're surrounded by residential uses, except for this one corner where you have an institutional use and the Walgreens. And the funny thing about the Walgreens is when you drive by, it says shopping center at North Canal Drive, but there's only a Walgreens. There's no shopping center. The shopping center was never built, as Mr. Corradino noted. And zooming out to have a greater context of how residential and how many residences there are in this neighborhood, you see that there's really no commercial uses and no micro retail like this. The only comparable shopping center is over on the lower left-hand side on Southwest 336th Street, Audubon Drive, where there's a pizzeria, there's some storefronts, there's a showroom, and that type of neighborhood commercial services brings jobs. It brings opportunities for small businesses to thrive in Homestead, because right now there's nowhere for a small business to open a storefront in this area, and there's nowhere for these residents to go and obtain their commercial services. They either have to go east of the turnpike or go all the way north to Campbell Drive, which of course adds traffic to the streets and is inconvenient for the residents. So just really quickly, we're not requesting any variances or any changes to the land use and zoning. It's light commercial use and B2 retail commercial. The B2 retail commercial permits several types of uses as of right. To the extent that there would be additional uses that would have to come back before the council, that would be the tenant's responsibility. Just to provide some additional context on the ground, the top image is the view from Canal Drive facing the site, and you can see the Walgreens and the school in the background. And then the lower image is, believe it or not, there are residences back there. It's the Keys Gate community, and we wanted to point out that we were sensitive to the fact that we have a residential community across the canal. It is over 200 feet away when you factor in the canal width and the width of North Canal Drive and the utility easement that's behind there. But keeping in mind, we've kept the scale of the structure to be one story in a district that we could build up to 70 feet to really make this site imperceptible from the residential district across the way. As Mr. Corradino noted, there was a previous site plan approval, and this was the previous site plan. It was the Walgreens, which was built, a bank with 3 drive-through lanes, and a small retail commercial center. And what we've done is we've eliminated the bank and the drive-through and expanded the retail component. And in doing so, we've reduced the traffic, the trip generation by over 25%. So Mayor Losner, to your concern regarding the proportionate share, while the cost of construction may have changed, we've also reduced our traffic impact here by over 25%. Moving on to the site plan, this is the proposed site plan. We're exceeding all of the code minimums when it comes to parking, when it comes to landscaping, and it comes to open space. And we're also below our maximum lot coverage. We're also providing decorative pavers, which are permeable to make sure that we keep stormwater on site. And we've worked with staff to make sure that our our internal circulation for garbage trucks, loading, which is located on the lower left behind the shopping center, so it's not visible from any residential areas, are all been well thought out. And for that reason, we've earned staff support on this application and are looking forward to bringing this forward. So, go ahead. 162. So
where's 162, or where's 328 in regards to that?
So it's tough to see it. 328th is at the top of the screen. We're not actually right on 162. What would be to the left of us would be Walgreens. And there's an existing cross-access agreement, so there's driveways that connect Walgreens to this site. So it really is one shopping center with Walgreens.
And the shaded area is walkway? Shaded, looks like brick pavers?
Those are depicting the brick pavers. So, and again, the benefit of using brick pavers is that they're permeable for stormwater. They also make the site look a little bit nicer, a little more elevated look to the site. So you can see the pavers in the driveways, the pedestrian entrance at the front with the pergola and bench seating, and the paver driveways connecting to Walgreens, which is to our west. And then 162 would be to the west of Walgreens.
Thank you.
No problem. So moving on to the renderings, the design here has used different materials, different colors to try to distinguish itself and make it an elegant shopping center. On the storefronts, we're using a variation of materials. We're using engineered hardwood. We're also using stone cladding. It's kind of tough to see on some of the renderings, maybe some of the other ones. We're also providing a pergola and bench seating at the front of the property, and including an American flagpole, which we'll get to at the end as our proffered condition. Moving on to kind of this aerial drone view, you can see how the differing heights of the parapets kind of breaks up the horizontality of the structure. And those darker, larger storefronts are the engineered wood, and then on the lower panels is the stone cladding. I think it's kind of tough to see in the rendering with the lighting the way it is. And then moving on to the third rendering, a view that not many people will see, as this is like from the other side of the canal bank. But what you notice here is that the scale of the shopping center is really consistent with the Walgreens next door and lower than the school behind us. So really what you can't see is a large building that's going to be peering down on the residential uses around it. Even though they're over 200 feet away, we wanted to be very sensitive to that. And getting to the proportionate share agreement, we have agreed to a $63,000, almost $63,000 contribution for improvements to 162nd Avenue between Southwest 320th Street and Southwest 312th Street. And that is in light of the fact that we've reduced the traffic impact by over 25%. And we'd like to put on record that we want to voluntarily proffer a condition so that we would provide an American flagpole on the frontage, as you see on the rendering here. We know it's an important initiative of this council to promote patriotism, and it's something that's important to us as well, so we're putting that in there. So with that, our entire team is here to answer any questions, as well as myself. We respectfully request your approval, and we want to remind the council that this is a by right project. It's increasing the tax base, it's providing employment opportunities for small businesses in Homestead, and we think it's a project that's really going to elevate and provide services to the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. All right, I'll reach out to council. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. This is exactly the type of project that I'd like to see, and I'd like commercial projects like this to stay at the same pace as we've got with residential, but fortunately that doesn't always happen. One of the things I'd like to ask is, I'd like to see more outdoor dining. I'd like to see more outdoor dining in a lot of our commercial establishments that we have already built. And given the fact that you're in a predominantly residential area, that I'm sure there's going to get a lot of traffic of people wanting to come, and I'm sure there's going to be restaurants there. Is there a way for you guys to expand the sidewalk part or the frontage where people would be, they'd be coming into the shopping center, but if it was larger, there'd be a lot more space to have, outdoor dining, a bigger, what do we call it, padway, bigger sidewalk.
So, I mean, we do have an area in front that it could possibly accommodate seating, and we could consider widening that area. We might have to sacrifice some parking spaces. We are overparked by 16 spaces. And it's kind of a give and take in terms of it's good to provide extra parking, but it's something we could explore, maybe taking some spaces away, particularly if there's a tenant that comes in and wants.
Do you
to
have an
a-
idea of what the space is currently?
The space on the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Our architect is here, Rosa, do you know?
And
I have the site plan here, I'll check. 12 feet.
12 feet.
That's bigger than some sidewalks where they have sidewalk cafes and other.
And this is just a question. If the parking adjacent to that sidewalk was completely removed, would you still meet the parking requirement?
We'd have to count. Let's see. If we're over by 16 spaces, so
No.
we couldn't lose all the spaces. No, we would have to. I think what would make sense is if a tenant came in and said that they wanted outdoor dining and to expand, we could offer maybe in front of that unit to eliminate some of those parking spaces. I think if we eliminated all the parking spaces, certainly there are 13 units, and we wouldn't want every single unit to be outdoor dining. It's one of the things that Mr. Adrian, as the principal, he's not going to saturate the shopping center with one type of use, although we know we want food service establishments in Homestead. The idea would be to bring in a variety of uses so it's not dominated. So if we take away the parking, it might adversely affect some other types of uses that want to be there.
Okay. Well, overall, I think this is a great project for this area, and I'll be supporting this tonight. I just wanted to see a bigger sidewalk. Thank you.
It's definitely something we can explore as the tenants come in. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Roth?
Sure, why not? I'll take a stab at this one too. I agree with the outdoor dining concept. I don't know how that would, how the after effect would be, and getting it through development services later for approvals. And if you can bring up the slide with the elevation of the structure and the paint and that, or whichever conceptual you have, that to me it's kind of vanilla looking. If you wanted to, kind of look similar to what the area looks like, you've got the villages, you got Tennessee Estates across the street. To me, it doesn't look warm and welcoming as a shopping center. And you talked about one business saturating the center. I know one of the biggest complaints I get is the number of medical facilities we have in the city. And I don't think that we can restrict that, but I would hope that you could at least monitor that so there's not another emergency care clinic there, or, you know, one of those that would take up a lot of space that is really not an amenity to us when it comes to restaurants, entertainment, retail, services, salons, whatnot. But I still think this, maybe it's just a bad conceptual drawing. I can't make out the different types of materials you're using there, but it looks vanilla, and maybe the color scheme needs to change a little bit, and I'm sure others will have some comments on that as well. But those are kind of my thoughts right now. But I support it. Listen, I was hoping to get a gas station out on that side too, but it's not going to work on that property because we don't have any gas stations on the south side of the city and the east side of the city except for on Campbell Drive. So those are my thoughts for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for adding the flagpole. It's beautiful, it's glorious. I did have a question regarding the outdoor dining. Is there anything we can do in these projects at time of approval to give them the right to be able to include outdoor dining? Because I don't think that currently, the way our codes read, that it's automatically an option, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, we need to make sure that the outdoor dining in the zoning district is allowed, number one. In this development, it appears to me that like a 12-foot sidewalk outside would be wide enough to accommodate outdoor dining in the first place. So if they go into one of those bays, it may fit. As long as we're allowed to place, by code, I'll have to look at the code, see if the seats are allowed to go outside. Some cities don't permit outdoor dining, and I'll check before this meeting's over to find out if we do in that district.
Thank you. And so that's not something that we would have to do tied to this approval. We can discuss it later and do a.
You could condition it for whatever you'd like. If you'd like them to change the colors, you could say I approve it on condition that they come back and give me better colors. Or you could approve it approve it on the condition that they at the time if a restaurant comes in, they come back and deal with outdoor dining. So it could be conditioned to do anything you want, or you can defer it.
But it certainly would not hurt the applicant to add it as a privilege.
No, you could add it as a privilege if it's legal, right?
James?
It's a
It is a
permitted
permitted
use,
use.
so you already have code standards and provisions related to outdoor dining that is currently in the code. So if in fact there is an end user who happens to be a restaurant and they want outdoor dining, the applicant could either fit it here, and if not, if they needed to increase or modify the area, they could always come through for an administrative site plan review for that.
Okay. Yeah, I was under the impression that there were areas of Homestead that did not have the permitted use of outdoor dining. So this
district does, and like James and Michelle.
Very good,
just said.
thank you. Yeah, I mean, the color scheme, I was going to mention it the other day, but the American flag was the bigger ask for me, and so I appreciated you including that. But if there was a way to improve on making it more bright and inviting, that would be a plus. But I'm happy to support this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, motion to extend the meeting till 9:30. We're good. Motion to extend the meeting to at least 9:30. Yes, sir.
All right, motion to extend to 9:30. Second it by Councilwoman Bailey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, guys, just for me.
Yeah. Secondly, again, it's long past due for something like this to come into this area. I'm looking forward to seeing what it will bring. My major concern has to do with lighting at night, and the residents that are 200 yards away, but they're still going to have the potential of light penetration through those trees. So I'd ask that whatever we're looking at, those lighting is facing towards your buildings there rather than towards the street and possibly ruining some of those folks' views of the evening.
Absolutely, and through the chair, we do have a photometric plan. I'm happy to share it. So we've done a plan and we've laid out the lighting with LED lighting, and the maximum light spillage at the property line is 0.5-foot candles in accordance with the code.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's hard to read these small little numbers.
It's really hard to read here, but I could tell you. You see on the table, the maximum at the property line is 0.5-foot candles.
Very good, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nicholas, for your presentation and for meeting with me to discuss this project. A lot of the concerns I had have been communicated. I had concerns about the color palette. I had concerns about the uses, and I had concerns about the lighting. And I had requested a night rendering, but I'm sure you didn't have time to do that. But I thank you for being responsive because you immediately emailed me. I guess you spoke to Mr.
Adrian.
Mr. Adrian.
He's back.
Where is Mr. Adrian?
Say hi, Mr. Say hi.
Hi.
Say hi.
But you spoke to him, and he was not married to this color scheme, but we'll take it into consideration. And I also express uses. Like in this particular area, concerns I hear, want more high-end, more exclusivity. So kind of keep that in mind as you shop for tenants to rent out these spaces that we expect, higher end, check cashing and mattress sales, none of that type of stuff. Outdoor dining, nice brunch spots, nail spas, like higher end uses here. But I will be supporting this project tonight. I think it's great for this area. And I thank you for your responsiveness, and you as well, Mr. Adrian.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And just to globally address the comment on colors, we have had that discussion, and the idea was to do something kind of neutral, but we will go back and study that and see what we can do to brighten it up.
Okay. I think this is a much-needed amenity that's sorely lacking in that part of town. And clearly, you've heard our concerns about the proliferation of daycares and mattress stores and medical clinics. And I hope that you can heed those and winnow through those potential tenants until we can get a handle on that aspect of the code as well to make this a true neighborhood amenity for a lot of folks that don't have anything nearby. I'm not a big fan of the architecture, but I'm not the one paying for anything any different. I'm not the one paying for the vision. So, you've heard my colleagues' concerns, and maybe it's just in the reproduction here of the digital rendering. I'm sure there may be some more texture and more contrast. So, I'll trust that at this point. And I'm looking forward to moving this on so you can go turn some dirt.
That's what we'd love to do.
All right. So I think, is it correct, Mr. Attorney, that we need to do tab 22 first? Is that correct? The T-plat and then the site plan?
Site plan first, then the T-plat, in the order.
Okay. In the order 21, 22? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, all right, so let me open it for public hearing. All right, I'll close the public hearing. I think the Vice Mayor had a final comment or question. Oh, okay, all right. So, do we have a motion to approve tab 21? Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Let's have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Roth. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, it's now time for a motion on tab 22, which we approval of the T-plat for this project. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Bailey. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. First reading, tab 23. Mr. Attorney.
Yes, Mayor. That concludes your quasi-judicial items. Moving on to your legislative items this evening. Tab 23 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Renaissance PUD Master Development Plan as requested by CIP Group, Homestead LLC, to permit a self-service car wash use in the commercial pod generally located southeast of Homestead Extension, the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, north of 312th Street, Campbell Drive, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Cordino?
Sir, we're recommending the mayor and council approve the amendment to the Renaissance Plan Unit Development PUD Master Plan. The applicant, should this get approved, submitted concurrent applications for a site plan amendment and a variance. The issue here is, as we said in the LPA, that right now the master plan excludes automobile uses, auto repair, including or similar auto servicing. Of an abundance of caution, we wanted to change the language to allow car washes. So it currently reads, the uses in the commercial pod shall not include auto repair or similar auto serving uses. The new language we're suggesting says the uses in the commercial pod shall not include auto repair or similar auto serving uses except for car wash uses. I think that a car wash, we think that a car wash wasn't the intent of the original prohibition on automobile repair and those uses, which are much more industrial and noisy and smelling than a car wash. So with that, I believe the applicant's here to address any questions. We're recommending approval.
Very good. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alessandria San-Armand with Lofts located 701 Brickell Avenue. Also with me this evening is Mr. Hugo Arza. He is my colleague, as well as Mr. James Treadwell from Modwash LLC. We are here today on behalf of the applicant and the property owner, CIP Group of Homestead LLC. I know it's been a pretty long night thus far, so I promise I'll try to keep my presentation pretty brief. But we are seeking a text amendment to the Renaissance PUD Master Development Plan. Based on the city staff report, we have received a recommendation of approval from city staff. The property consists of approximately 10.75 acres located at 2950 Northeast 8th Street within the Oasis Plaza Shopping Center. The area in yellow on the screen is the Renaissance PUD Master Development Plan boundaries, and the area in white is the proposed car wash facility. I am sure you all are very familiar with this site, but just to recap, this is an existing shopping center. It includes several commercial tenants, including Publix, Little Caesars, Casavana, and medical dental offices. The current land use designation is LCU, or light commercial use, and the zoning designation is PUD, or planned unit development. This application does not seek a land use or zoning change. So simply by way of background, the Renaissance PUD actually was adopted back in April 7th of 2003 pursuant to ordinance number 2003-03-11. The site plan was then approved a year later pursuant to resolution number 2004-04-29. And really the purpose of the PUD is to provide several commercial uses on the site to cater to the growing surrounding area. So as previously stated, the applicant intends to develop a portion of the property between out parcels C and D on the screen with a standalone self-service car wash business operation. The proposed development is complementary to existing commercial uses and will further activate this prominent corridor along Southwest 152nd Avenue or Kingman Road. Again, the applicant is requesting a modification of condition number 10 of ordinance number 2003-03-11 to clarify that auto repair or similar auto serving uses are not permitted except for car wash uses. Here are renderings of the proposed car wash site. Again, here are some beautiful lush landscaping around the facility. This is off of Kingman Road. On the top, you've got also from Kingman Road, and to the bottom, you have a view of the rear of the car wash towards Kingman. Here is the tunnel exit elevation, simply to highlight that landscaping that I was discussing. The applicant is confident that the minor change in the PUD will result in a more diverse and well-balanced development that will serve the needs of the city's growing community, especially in East Homestead. East Homestead has seen significant residential growth, but the commercial needs that residents seek have not grown as quickly. The project is meant to complement other retail options and provide a car wash east of the Turnpike while avoiding an already busy US 1 highway. It will also further enhance both the functional and aesthetic elements of the surrounding neighborhood, as well as draw local traffic and capture existing trips to the shopping center, thereby reducing unnecessary trips with longer travel times. I do want to also add that it will support the local workforce as Uber, Lyft, or other rideshare options need to provide clean vehicles for the clients they serve. This has been especially important after the pandemic because cleanliness and properly sanitized vehicles are of the utmost importance. This project will also preserve and enhance property values and increase the city's ad valorem tax base. But most importantly, the city stands to gain a valuable community partner. ModWash LLC is devoted to civic engagement and giving back to the communities they serve. Just to name a few examples, they have sponsored full ride scholarships to high school students in order for them to go to college. They've also provided high school students with internships, and they have been heavily involved in environmental initiatives. They also worked with a women's oncology treatment center and recently purchased a residential property to house family members or friends that may be accompanying their loved ones that are seeking treatment. Again, these are just a few of the very many examples that ModWash has done in the communities that they serve. The addition of ModWash to Homestead is certainly a value added to the community. We have worked extensively with city staff on this application. Therefore, based on the foregoing, we urge you to approve our request for staff's recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you again for your time, and I'd like to reserve any time for rebuttal if necessary.
Thank you, appreciate it. Council, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is another great, thank you for the presentation. I think this is another great value add for the city of Homestead. It's a perfect place to have a car wash. There's a lot of residents in that area that don't have that amenity nearby. They've got to go to, like the Walmart on that side on US 1. So I think this is perfect. This is right on your way to the on-ramp of the Turnpike and people coming home. So again, I'm going to support this project tonight. I think it's going to be beneficial for the city of Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers.
Yes, thank you. So this is in my district and in the Oasis district. And thank you for the presentation and for meeting with me and talking extensively about some of the asks that I had for the project. As you referenced, the east side of Homestead has experienced explosive growth relative to residential, but commercial not so much. So I do believe this will be, after our conversations, I do believe that this is a value add to our community. But can you just talk a little bit about, or give me an update on some of the concerns that we discussed when we met?
Sure. So we are working on providing a nighttime rendering. We know for ModWash, security is of the utmost importance. We want to make sure there's a lot of lighting on the site. They close at around 8 p.m. So we want to make sure that there's enough lighting. So I know, Councilwoman, we owe you a rendering of that as well. And we do also want to show the council what some of the recent projects look like. This is actually the very first municipality in all of Dade County that ModWash is looking to do business in. They have recently sought an approval in Miami-Dade County successfully. So they're looking to come to the South Florida community and become a real partner. So we owe you some of those photos, and we would be glad to share that with you all.
Okay. Thank you.
And to another point, I'm so sorry, Councilwoman. We recognize you also did mention the sales. We would love to actually offer some cover from the elements for our clients. And so I know that in working with staff, the cover over the vacuum booms wasn't quite to staff standards. So, if we can work with the councilwoman and staff to perhaps look at sales as an option, we would be more than happy to look at that.
Yeah. So my question to staff, what was the issue with providing coverage from the elements?
I'm going to get back to you with that, and we're not recalling the answer to that. I'm not familiar with it, so let me consult with staff and figure out exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah. To me, it makes no sense to not have any protection from the elements. So I just wanted to understand the rationale.
Let me consult with the group, and I'll get you an answer ASAP.
Okay. And although not a condition, ever a condition for approval, I really appreciate the civic engagement and the corporate citizenship and how you come into the communities to be a value add beyond the service, particularly the work that you've been doing in the space with oncology and providing support to those needing treatment and their families who are there to support their loved ones receiving treatment. So I really, really appreciate that. And I believe that you're going to come in this community and be a true corporate partner and provide that value-added experience and amenity. So I will be supporting this project tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, I have an answer for you. We don't feel that we talked about coverage in terms of an overhang. There may be a miscommunication. Our comments were covering meant they have vacuum stations that face, I think they face the street. We wanted to screen or cover the vacuum stations from the right-of-way so they weren't as visible. And so I don't know if that was a communications issue or not, but we were not discussing not having or having covering for the weather. We were discussing covering or shading the vacuum stations, if that's a helpful answer to you.
So in light of that, what would be your next steps?
We would love to add them back. I think the concern was that the landscaping wouldn't be able to cover that. So if we can work with staff to be able to add that, we would really much appreciate that because it is really hot right now. So nobody would like to vacuum their cars in this heat. So we would really much appreciate the opportunity.
We have no issue in developing a shade structure out there that's to code. It's just not, I don't think we have a communication. We were talking about screening or shading the vacuum stations from the street, not anything to do with a cover. We can work with them on that after this is approved and make sure that they have something appropriate to go
And then
forward.
if you can run it by us to just make sure that it's
Absolutely. We
it's
will
aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, so we will hopefully come for second reading come
Yes.
July, and we will share the updated renderings with you all after we have conversations with staff and you all on your input.
Beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate your responsiveness.
Thank you.
Councilman Roth.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It's great. I'm going to support it. And this has nothing to do with you, what I'm about to say. And I don't know how anybody else feels about this. But one of the reasons I don't even go to that shopping center is I live south and west of the shopping center. So if I go into the shopping center, I have to come out on the west side to go south. Across the street is the CVS, and the intersection there is very hazardous. So this has nothing to do with you, but maybe we can look at some redesign or a traffic signalization or something, because I would assume that there are a lot of mishaps in that one intersection there. So that's my only comment and concern about that. As I said, I try not to go to that shopping center because it's a challenge to get out and to go back to my house without having to go all the way around the city to get back to my house. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, yes. I think it's definitely an added value, an amenity that the residents in that area and throughout Homestead will be able to enjoy. I wanted to, when you were first talking about a car wash, I'm like, oh, I hope they're just not adding the service, because there's plenty of car washes that are not of this caliber. They're just tents with hoses and vacuums. But being able to have a corporate citizen like Marwash in our town and being the first in Dade County, I think that's fantastic. Much appreciated. I'm not aware of there being an issue, but maybe there is. But is there a possibility of having like electric vehicle charging stations as part of the design, so that as they're vacuuming their car, they can charge their car at the same time? Is that like
We can look
a
into
thing?
it, sure, and make sure it's compliant with the code. Absolutely.
I don't know if it's in our code, but is that in the industry of car washes, is that something that is trending or not, or you're not aware?
they're starting to get that ask now, and so they're starting to incorporate it. So we'd be more than happy to look at it for the site.
Thank you very much. And if possible, on your site plan, I would love to see an American flag as part of your design. I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher, anything to add? Are you waiting? Okay. Councilwoman? As architecture and car washes go, I like it. You
Thank
don't
you.
hear me say that very often, but it's a good-looking car wash.
Thank you.
And again, not aimed to you. Also talking to folks who utilize that area quite a bit. There's the concern about if you try to go to what I call the rear driveway, the one to the south, and go out on Kingman. I guess what I'm getting at is maybe look at at least some traffic calming devices as you come over the canal. Because a lot of folks go down to that driveway to avoid crossing over, as Mr. Roth was talking about it, at the main driveway closer to the Campbell. Maybe look at, try to figure out what solutions there may be had there to slow down traffic headed north on Kingman. Because I would foresee there would be a lot more, there would be traffic generated by this that perhaps would be wanting to go out that way.
We'll definitely get with Public Works and the county if need be and look into it.
Not to mention, I think the exit you're talking about is a right-hand turn only. So people that are actually going across there to make a left are actually doing something they shouldn't be doing. So that's another concern there too.
Offhand, I don't know that it may very well be, but still you've got the canal bridge
right.
there.
No, exactly. So yeah, I mean it's just something to look at. Consider it's nothing to do with your development. It's
Just
more
bigger picture.
Yeah, it's more for traffic issues and concerns that we have in the city. So, but thank you, Mayor.
All right, so thank you. So let me open the public hearing, or public comments portion of the hearing. Is there anyone wishing to make any comment from the public? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask for a motion to approve on first reading, tab 23. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Let's have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
We'll see you next month. Appreciate that. Okay, so I think, all right, so we're now moving on to tab 24.
Yes, Mayor. So tab 24
24
and
and 25.
25 are related applications. Tab 25 is a comprehensive plan text amendment to the existing technology mixed-use future land use category. And tab 24 is a code amendment establishing the technology mixed-use zoning district, which hasn't been adopted yet or established, but under the comp plan, it's an implementing zoning district regulation. So I can introduce both of these. You can have a collective discussion. Take a vote on the comp plan followed by the proposed zoning district regulations. So tab 24 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 district regulations to provide regulations establishing the technology mixed-use zoning district and further amending Article 4 supplemental regulations, Division 3 density, to provide regulations establishing residential density permitted in the technology mixed-use zoning district, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 25 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc., by amending the text of the Technology Mixed-Use TMU Future Land Use category contained in Objective 2, Policy 2.1, to include residential uses and permit density up to 15 dwelling units per net acre, providing for transmittal of this ordinance to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and all other units of local government or governmental agencies as required under Florida statutes, providing for adoption pursuant to Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the code, inclusion in the comprehensive plan, conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Cordino?
Okay, I'll take a shot at. We're recommending that the mayor and council consider both of these amendments to the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. And we have one, I would say, condition on that should you wish to take it up. And this is one of those times where the titles really explain everything that's being done very well. We have a technology mixed-use land use category that the applicant wants to come in and make it a true mixed-use category by simply inserting a residential component to it. Right now, the TMU land use category does not have a residential component to it. Except for the PUD. And so what they're suggesting, it's implemented by all the B1s, B1A, B1, B2, B3, and so forth. What they're suggesting as they add that a residential component is a density, like we say in the comp plan. So the density they're suggesting is 15 dwelling units an acre, unless you're adjacent to low-density residential, where it would be 12 dwelling units an acre. So comp planning stuff always comes first. The zoning code underneath it then implements the comprehensive plan. And that's where we get into dealing with rewriting the zoning code. And so there, the code that's being suggested, the technology mixed use zoning code exists in name only and not with any words underneath it. So this, for whatever reason, it was contemplated that that would be done in the future. This is a development of that zoning code, which everything would, in the future, would abide by. In the future, the applicant is going to come in with basically a site plan or a master plan for the entire development. And that's where our condition comes in. What they're likely to suggest, what they've suggested is that should an application come through the system and be for that technology misuse zoning code, that it would be reviewed administratively if it didn't have any variances or such things. We're suggesting we keep the rule that we have now. While I believe that would streamline things, that's one of the suggestions we had brought to council a while back when we're going through that round of streamlining, and council decided we'd keep with the rules that any residential uses of 5 units or less would be done administratively, or any commercial units of 5 acres or less. So we're just suggesting we condition it to live up to the same standards we live up to now. But the applicant's here with a lot of detail and be able to answer any of the questions that you have on either of these. We're recommending you consider it with that condition. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Come on down. Long time no see.
Thank you. Well, we were just talking about the code needing some work, so we decided to rise to the challenge and start thinking about the city of Homestead having a mixed-use district to implement the technology mixed use. So I have a brief presentation for you. So this is the future land use plan map of the city of Homestead. The parcels with the stars show those properties that are already designated technology mixed use. This is the language that Mr. Corradino was mentioning. It's very simple. The implementing zoning districts do not provide for a mix of uses. The PUD, as was mentioned, is a residential category, but not like your neighborhood mixed use, which is mixed use. So we think that if you have a technology mixed use land use designation, it should actually be mixed use, and there's an opportunity for both what we call vertical mixed use, meaning retail with residential above, as well as horizontal mixed use, which would be more like your typical PUDs. So this is all the properties. Again, they don't have a zoning district. They have numerous different zoning districts. So in order to redevelop these sites, any applicant, any property owner would have to come before this council for a rezone of some time. D.R. Horton has the Alger property, 97 acres of land on the Florida Turnpike, under contract. We recognize that this is an incredible opportunity to master plan a technology mixed-use community for the city, and that is what we are endeavoring to do. So what's before you is the text amendment to the comprehensive plan. That one's very straightforward. And what I think requires some consideration is the TMU code amendment to create land development regulations. And as Mr. Corradino mentioned, there is the issue that he mentioned that I would really appreciate diving in, and you've seen this language. Generally, what the TMU zoning district regulations provide for is that it allows a mix of uses, both vertical and horizontal mixed use. And it requires, and this is, I think, the key, it requires any rezoning to TMU, right? Today, TMU does not exist. So every property owner applicant would have to ask for rezoning. And at that time, what we recommend is for the applicant to come before the council with both development standards as well as a master plan, right, that shows the density, intensity, the heights, and every other what we would call a pattern book, right, to show what, give you the feel, all the things we talk about in the site planning process or the comments that we hear here would be part of that master plan and development standards. And thereafter, once that is set, what we are suggesting is that we come in for administrative site plan review. Again, following the council's approval of both the rezone, the development standards, and the master plan. And the reason for that is very simple, and this is the policy decision. We were just having this conversation about affordability, about time, about why development looks the way that it does in the city of Homestead. And the bottom line is, while the city code does not require things like paving and drainage plans, photometrics, irrigation plans as part of the site plan approval process, right, it is required. And every time an applicant comes to the city and submits plans, right, DRC, which only meets once a month, right, and this DRCs in the city of Homestead used to be open. Applicants used to come and meet with the development directors of the city and have a back and forth, and it used to be much more streamlined because everybody would be in one room, right? I don't know when that changed, but it was like that for many, many, many years. And now DRCs meet alone, and then we get comments thereafter in memos through a portal, and it really is a very separated kind of process versus, I think, the collaboration that we've been talking about here, which streamlines the process. But most importantly, every time we submit to DRC, every time we have comments from council, the community, it's not only the colors that we need to change. Those things, as I said earlier, we're happy to do that anytime. That's easy. What takes time and a significant amount of money towards affordability is we have to have our professional designers, our professional engineers actually do new paving and drainage plans, new irrigation plans. That means for a 97-acre piece of property, in order for us to submit for administrative site plan or for actual site plan review, which now is the site plan that we're talking about, that the staff is saying that that's what council wants, we have to create an irrigation plan that shows you where every sprinkler head will be located in 97 acres. We have to provide engineering, paving, and drainage plans for the entire 97 acres. And then when we come to meet with communities, meet with councils, right, council members, they're commenting on things that are not about irrigation plans, not about paving and drainage plans. Those are technical drawings that require professionals to review, which should be part of an administrative permitting process. So with that exception, that's where the difference is. And again, if every one of these plans are thousands upon thousands of dollars. And for that Lucy Street project, I think it was something like 7 or 9 DRCs that we attended, revising paving and drainage plans, revising irrigation plans. So that's a small property, right? When we're talking about these large TMU parcels, we're talking about 97 acres. It's quite significant. So simply the only issue, right, that between staff's recommendation and our suggestion is to separate and create a dual approach for site plan approval. One being the big picture, which again is what we call the development standards and the master plan, and then come back with the technical drawings. The legislation also provides for, of course, minimum standards that every project should abide by, which includes obviously compatibility and context with the densities and intensities of the adjacent properties, of course, the availability of public infrastructure, utility services, and levels of service. We also think that we should have, because it is going to be a mixed use, there should be a trip capture rate of development. What that means is when we look at mixed use communities, the traffic engineers actually come up with their internal capture rate, which means if you have retail and residential, it stands to be thought to be that those residences would actually go to those businesses, those retail amenities, without getting in their cars if they're in fact a true mixed-use community with connectivity, both pedestrian, et cetera. So we just think that it should be some sort of trip capture rate would be decided by your professional staff or the council as a policy decision, so it is consistent. Also, of course, there should be the internal and external connectivity of the streets to make it a true mixed-use community. As Mr. Corradino mentioned, this prong approach is the council approval of the TMU text amendment and the code amendment to establish the zoning district, and thereafter, sometime in the future, after we're not going to submit anything without lots of meetings with the council and the community, and I'm hoping that this election season will give everyone an opportunity to have those discussions in public forums, workshops, community, et cetera, because these are large parcels of land that really can change the city of Homestead in a very positive way with the right collaboration, which we are very open to do. And then the third step, as I mentioned, would be the administrative site plan review of the technical drawings and reports. So we're available for any questions that you may have, and we thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you. Council, let's have at it. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Why was this text amendment not just part of the application with the master plan and the site plan? Why does it have to be separate and
You mean the original, when they developed the technology mixed use originally? Why
No, like now. Why are we having to pre-approve this text amendment versus having it part of the application? And would it just not be a variance where we approve the addition of residential to the
I think what we're doing is we're fundamentally changing the comprehensive plan category and the zoning code, and this is exactly the process we would go through to do that. Do you have a better answer? I'm not sure.
You wouldn't do that simultaneously?
I'm trying to understand. So the technology mixed use category is implemented by several zoning districts, right? PUD is one of those zoning categories, and there are regulations already established for PUDs with respect to the mix and how much residential and the percentage of commercial, how much open space, how much recreation. It's very detailed and dictated by a whole set of regulations that was previously approved by this council. And only in TMU, if you are developing a PUD, do you get to take advantage of that residential component. There's not a mixed-use residential component as it's drafted now. So what they're proposing is to modify that mixed-use category to specify that if you're mixed-use, you can have a residential density of 15 dwelling units per net acre, but if you're located adjacent to or next to a low density, then the maximum drops down to 12 units per net acre. Then, because TMU flume category is implemented by various zoning districts, the technology mixed-use zoning category is called out, but the technology mixed-use category zoning regulations were never drafted. They're non-existent. And so the applicant is wanting to take advantage of that zoning district and creating regulations for that zoning district, which would apply to their property as well as other properties, should they in the future want to come in and rezone their property to technology mixed use.
To add to that, the only way you could get residential in there now is through the PUD. And the PUD requirements are pretty stringent here. I mean, they're 20 acres or more, and then it's a three-pronged process that can't run concurrent with itself. It's got to run end to end. So it's a master plan, it's another plan, and then the site plan to get the PUD done. And again, those processes need to go end to end, not concurrently. And as Ms. Tapinas was talking about, it's a time-consuming process in the first place. And when you start to wrap 3 of those processes end to end, you could go months and months and months and months doing that. There's been a lot of talk about the DRC and the delays. We probably have a fundamental disagreement. Our code does require lighting or photometrics in the site planning process. We also believe it requires civil in the process. It's not irrelevant. Mr. Fletcher just asked a question about lighting this evening, so it's absolutely not irrelevant. This isn't Miami. I don't know how they do it in Miami. If the applicant wants to do it in Miami, they would suggest the Miami code. That's probably what they're doing right here. DRCs can be sped up with quality plans. It wouldn't be any faster in an administrative process. If you don't conform to the code, you're probably not getting through the department. Everybody's treated the same. So if you want to submit plans that just don't respond to the code, you could be in DRC 6, 7, 8 times like this applicant has been over and over and over again. But they're not getting treated any differently than anybody else. And frankly, if they want to speed it up, it's a matter of quality plans, not necessarily a staff review issue.
Councilman Avila, just I think to add to your question, so as proposed, as drafted, as Ms. Tapinas and Mr. Cordino stipulated, the way that it's currently drafted is that once you approve this set of land development regulations, then the next step would be a property has a technology mixed-use future land use category, and maybe it has a different zoning category, right? They're entitled to a zoning category consistent with the technology future land use category. They could come in and rezone to technology mixed-use zoning district, and these regulations would apply. And when they apply, what it stipulates is that at the time of rezoning, you have to submit a master plan or a master site plan that has all the design guidelines, the development standards, everything that would control for that parcel. So it's as though you're zoning it to this master plan, and this master plan is the zoning that's going to control in the future. And once that gets approved, then it's just a policy question. Do you want to see every site plan? If they do it in one, they might do it in one phase, they might do it in multiple phases, I'm not sure. But the question is, do you want to see the site plan, even though you approve the master plan and all the development regulations, do you actually want to see the site plan and approve it? Or do you just want it to be done administratively? That's the key difference.
Right, and I think that, my concern at least is to add residential to this text amendment, and then somehow things get built to code, and then there's an as-of-right discussion again, and we're not able to have a say in the site plan. But, so help me walk through how making this change is ahead of time is not eliminating opportunity from us in the future.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
How is us making this change ahead of time, okay? How is this not eliminating opportunities for us to have a say in the overall site plan when it does get submitted?
It gives you an opportunity to review a master plan and overall, but the finite details, right? Those are the things that you, if approved in the manner which it's presented, would remove your ability to look at it.
Even drainage plans.
Yeah, it's just, it's a lot of density, right? So there's no, as is, there's no density allowed in the TMU in terms
Well,
of
as
residential.
now, in the future, the proposal says there would be 15 dwelling units an acre with, relative to not looking at paving and drainage plans, we considered years ago moving the paving and drainage plans to the building side of the thing. But, paving and drainage plans, if the site plan changes, the paving and drainage plans necessitate changes there, or if the paving and drainage plans change, they or come in and need to necessitate a site plan change, the applicant would necessarily have to come back to council to change the site plan. Times it may happen, it may not happen. When it does happen, it's impossible to get the applicants back into the site planning process. I mean, the gripe is going to be, we were already approved. You can't stop us, and that's happened before. We've all heard it before, and it's nearly impossible to get them to come back. And it becomes a political process, not a administrative or planning process. And so,
So is there no way to just add the residential as a variance to their site plan or to their overall application at that time in the future, and just leave the TMU as is?
My opinion is that what they're proposing here is probably a good thing. I mean, I think it gives them rights. It gives clarity. The PUD is its own zoning district basically, and it's not based on anything except for whatever happens at that time. And this gives you something to expect. It's 15 units an acre unless it's adjacent to this thing, and you develop a zoning code for the area. All that needs to be done is to adhere to that. It gives you a high level of expectations and some assurity that you know what's going to happen on that site, other than the randomness of a site of a PUD. And these PUDs are almost all different throughout the eastern side of the city. They're not codified anywhere, except they're stuck in master plans that we have to go search through and find somewhere to make sure that we're adhering to them. The regular zoning code is a much more structured process that's more reliable. And so my personal opinion is I think what they're proposing is, as far as the land use thing, is a good idea. My concern is, and we had suggested streamlining the process by doing full administrative reviews in the past, which is again fine. I personally, again as a planner, see no reason why an applicant that comes in and conforms to a zoning code needs to necessarily, with an as-of-right project, needs to go to the elected body for an approval. It's another step in the process that you really, like we discussed earlier, can't deny. But when we brought that to you, you told us no, that's not what you wanted to do. So we're trying to live up to that expectation that you have by making this suggestion in a sense, we're telling the applicant, no, the council doesn't want to do that. They told us they don't want to do that. That's why we have the condition.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications.
And just to be clear, we're, through the chair, we're happy if the council says you want us to go through a three-step approach, because what makes this different from other types, except the PUD process, is that we will come in with a master plan as well as development standards for the large project, and then we would come in separately for the administrative site plan for each segment, each actually pocket of the project in order to make it. These are large sites. The minimum is 40 acres. So they're very large sites to do paving and drainage plans, just to come to the council for that purpose afterwards, after we've already gone through master planning and development standards. So we're open to either way. We thought that based on the comments that we've heard, that the council may be open to streamlining it, because we would already have gone to council for the master plan, already have come to the council for the development standards. And by the way, if there's on a case-by-case basis, when the applicant comes to the council for the rezone and the development standards for this particular site, whatever applications before you, that's where the council will say, please amend the development standards to include X. We want outdoor dining, right? We want X, Y, Z, right? So to us, it gives us the opportunity to collaborate in a way that runs with the land, right? That it's very clear, very transparent, both to developers as well as residents, and really based on what our experience in the city of Homestead, just makes more sense, or at least we would be remiss if we didn't provide the council with the options. And again, why we're going through this process is simply, we've heard that technology mixed use is an opportunity for mixed use development. And the one thing that none of those zoning districts have is a mixed use component, right? So it can't be mixed use if it's not mixed use. So this is the only taking advantage of is where it says this land use will be implemented by the future TMU zoning district. This language has been part of your comprehensive plan, and really regulating those 4 or 5 properties, including this 97-acre piece, for how long? Were we able to figure out how long? I think it was like 15 years or so, that this future has already been there, so it's time.
Now I am, okay. How is this addition of the density not going to get stuck with the state like our other code changes?
We don't know. If this gets approved on first reading, then the comp plan text amendment will be transmitted.
Comments from the state.
Yeah, from comments.
We would expect to get that code change approved before this would get approved, right? Because that was submitted 6 months ago, right?
You would expect. I would expect, yes. That's my expectation, that one should come through first. And honestly, for the life of me, I'm not quite sure why anybody flagged a 20-unit an acre density in the southwest neighborhood next to a transit station, or why anybody would flag a 15-unit an acre density at the state level. It's number one, it's not even transit-oriented dense. So it's not, you may think it's dense, but in the real world, it's not dense. I mean, we're not talking 250 units an acre. We're not talking 50 units an acre. We're talking 20. So it's beyond me why the state flagged that. Or I can't imagine that they would flag this one, but, you know.
Well, we don't have a magic 8-ball, but I think for the longest time, we weren't getting comments, any comments from agencies. And then I think different administration, different folks at different agencies, a new person reviewing plans, all that could add to all of a sudden someone's looking at it more critically or has an issue and then making comments about it. And what happened in the last instance was FDOT had concerns. And so maybe not, I don't know, but
FDOT had concerns with the property in the
in-
southwest
with the,
section?
with the increase in the
So
density.
this being right next to the turnpike, FDOT won't have.
I don't understand.
And it's not.
There are a couple, I'm sorry.
So, and this is not like selective enforcement, or they're just randomly selecting? We don't know those things.
No. I mean, there's a process laid out in statute when you amend your comp plan, and those agencies have an opportunity to comment. And you can either address their comments or not address their comments, but I think the goal is to try to address the comments, explain them, so that when there is a final second hearing and adoption, that there's not any issue or potential for one of those agencies or the state to challenge.
Thank you. I'll rest there, and I want to listen to the rest.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Motion to extend.
Yeah, okay, motion to extend to 10:30.
Moved.
Move to 10:30 by Vice Mayor. Do we have a second to extend? Seconded by Councilman Fletcher. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
So, just continuing the conversation, I think what we're doing here is establishing the basic framework of ultimately what we'd like to see somewhere down the line in the future on this property. I've always been a big fan of, urban centers, or what we would call urban nodes, and this is a development style where you have bikeable, walkable, compact spaces where people are less dependent on cars. So a 100-acre property can be a lot of different things, and I think this is just one step into creating the framework so that we could then review a site plan with more definition when it comes to zoning. But, there could be a lot of great things that could come out of that property And I think this is what we would actually need to consider in order just to get moving in the right direction. I like the fact that TMU allows for vertical in addition to horizontal type of development, but I would like to understand what the impact would be, on our infrastructure and, traffic and all types of things like that. So this is when I would really like to see Gridix. This is what it's for. Are we close to Gridix? By the way, every meeting I ask and I never remember what you said the last time.
August, they suggested August.
August. So had we had that program to view now, we would be able to create scenarios of what the highest density could be, and we would visually be able to see it. Is that what that program would do for us?
Yeah, what that program is like a visioning tool. So you would plug in your densities on a site or citywide. You would maximize them, and you could see what your build-out scenarios are, or less than build-out scenarios are on a citywide. And you can look at the community from all different perspectives and angles, geographically, angles high in the air with heights and densities. But on unit sizes, you'd plug those things in there too, and you would start to see building volumes in conjunction with one another. But you all were working with VIA and VIA, right? Which I'm assuming what you're going to bring next is a visual of the site in its plan. And I've worked with this a little bit, and I thought the plan was excellent. And I thought, from my own personal opinion, it's something that we just hadn't necessarily seen here in Homestead before. It was pretty impressive. I don't know if you'll like it or not, but I believe they're going to give you a very good visual of this.
Okay. And Mr. Panesti, your client, do they have any indication that they're going to do vertical development?
Yes, that is so the reason why this is important to at least transmit to the state, right, for approval, and that's really what we're asking for the comprehensive plan text amendment to be transmitted for review. You would not be able to implement necessarily the land development regulations or the zoning text until that land use is in place, but at least that begins the process. And that will give us the go-ahead to start having these meetings with you all and show you what our ideas are in a better sense. Because right now, it's not as simple as asking for variances when you're contrary to the comprehensive plan and there's nothing in the code. Like, we're just wiping out the code and coming up with a new one. So our thought is, because what we've heard is the code needs work, and this is the exercise that we've been under. So if the idea is to move this forward while we move forward with the state review, and we know that takes minimum transmittal plus 45 days to even get comments, we'll bring before you the conceptuals that we have now. And yes, we're looking at definitely vertical mixed use. If not, we would be asking you for a text amendment to just include neighborhood mixed use as an example, right? Which is that horizontal mixed use for the most part, or just come back with a PUD. But we just think that it's the PUD, there is work to be done on your code, and we thought that it was up to us, because we are the stakeholders of this large 97-acre piece of property, to at least come forth with the goodwill and give you that idea. So that's what we're proposing to do.
So this is all part of the smart, measured development that I think is necessary for the city of Homestead. And again, I'm very big on any way that we can reduce the dependence on cars so that people can actually walk out of their, unit, condo, townhome, and they could walk somewhere within a, 3-minute, 5-minute walk. That's the type of development I'd like to see in the city of Homestead. I don't think we have any place in Homestead right now where you can walk somewhere, to go to a cafe or to go buy groceries or to do anything. So I'd like to at least start the process in that direction.
You can think about whether the plans, when we start showing you what a development standard would look like, what the master plan looks like, if you think that's enough, right? Or if you think that we should go back to council for site plan approval. That's not a decision that needs to be made today. But we want to put it out there and start this conversation. It's about time we have it.
And as long as we're mindful of the infrastructure that it could support, then I think we're heading in the right direction. James, you had something you wanted to say?
So this is first reading. I mean, we have time to modify this if you want to stew on this a little bit. I do want to point out, because I don't want to have this issue come up, if this was approved and then you're at the point of this applicant or another applicant coming in for a rezoning, and they are giving you a master development site plan with their land development regulations. There's nothing in here, well, there's a provision in the very beginning that talks about applicability in legalese, and what it says is basically that the code, various code provisions apply to technology mixed use, except in instances where it's different, right, then the TMU regulations would apply. So, for instance, if they did not stipulate anything with respect to unit sizes, then a minimum unit sizes that are in the code would apply. If they have different unit sizes than what are the minimum standards in the code, then those unit sizes would apply. So as we've been talking about unit sizes and mixed use and percentages and what the makeup and mix should be, think about that, because if you want that specificity, you need to provide for it now in this land development regulation, so that once this is approved, if you don't say anything and they're submitting something or presenting something to you, it's much more difficult at that point to bake it in, right? At least set the parameters at the minimums, maximums, whatever it might be. At least bake that into the land development regulations so there's guidance moving forward for both the applicant, for staff, and for everyone involved.
Another suggestion based on today's meeting is if the council would like to require a town hall meeting, right, prior to a certain time, whatever it is, at the time of submittal or before submittal or whatever that may be, whatever you think are best management practices in the city of Homestead, this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity to do that in the land development regulations.
So maybe one way that we can safeguard ourselves is if we utilize the language that we've inserted for the Live Local, that we've addressed at our prior Cal meeting, that sets the boundaries, because we've already had this conversation in the past. Would you agree?
I mean, we
No,
have
I'm
an
just saying,
ordinance
I'm just asking.
that has mixed use component in it, right?
If we wanted to set some parameters, that's a good way to set some parameters, to have
That's a
something concrete
That's a
here.
template, correct, that you
A
could
community
utilize.
workshop requirement, all those things are, whatever it is, this is the opportunity to create a code that you can be proud of.
So then I would proffer for us to utilize the same language that we have in the Live Local Act to insert it into this TMU as minimum standards. And at least we can move forward with the framework that we've started here tonight. And then, let the applicant go back, work on whatever they're going to work on, so that we can move towards having something nice on that parcel.
Absolutely, so it would be up to you all if you'd like to move the comprehensive plan amendment forward so that it could be reviewed by the state, and we could either defer the first reading of the legislation or move forward on first reading and make these changes, right? Include the Live Local Act, include a community workshop idea, and I'm open, we can have those conversations offline as to what you would like to see, and any other ideas that you have. Any other ideas, this is the time to do a good portion
I think
of
we're running out of ideas. Everybody's getting a little weary now at this time of night.
You don't have to decide today.
But I'll rest there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone to my left? All right. Yes, Councilwoman.
Just want to make a comment. Don't want to pontificate too long because it is late, but this is a large development, large. I'm taking very small baby steps with this because I hear what our constituents are saying. We're gonna have to have town hall meetings to discuss this. That is a non-negotiable. But we need to be very careful about how we approach this without community engagement. Without community engagement, we definitely need to have it because this is almost 100 acres. What is it, 97?
This is 90, the minimum under these TMU regulations are 40. These are all very
Right.
large sites.
It's large.
So that's why they're meant to be master planned, right? Instead of just, a site plan approval, even as of right, a PUD. So that's why we think that it requires land development regulations for these situations. If not, we would have come to you with a PUD, right? That's definitely the easier way to go.
So
Okay, so,
I just wanted to, we're going to have to approach this very smart. Very, very smart.
no, I agree. So let me clarify something before I jump into my comments and concerns. You talked about a minimum of 40 acres. As far as I recall, the other 3 areas with a TMU overlay right now are nowhere near 40.
They have different ownership, but I believe they're all the 40 acres. And there's been some discussion about lowering it.
Yeah, Mayor, the language that's in the land development regulations right now, it talks about a minimum of 40 acres to avail yourself of this TMU, but there's also language in here, which you can change, but it says parcels that are 10 net acres or greater, but less than 40 acres may be eligible to be rezoned to TMU, provided that the proposed development standards demonstrate the development will utilize sound urban design principles as specified herein and will provide for compatibility and connectivity with adjacent land uses. I mean, that's pretty broad, but there's language in here that contemplates something being a minimum of 10 acres, but less than 40 that could avail themselves.
Okay, so if they're less than 10, they go through the normal process and don't, if this were passed as presented, they don't get the administrative review. A TMU designated parcel would go through the normal.
No, they would still get the same process.
It would have to be that first, the rezone, along with the development standards and master plan, and then the administrative site plan review or the site plan review under its typical
Yeah,
process.
and I just say, and I appreciate, your efforts to talk to us before the meeting and compliment both you and staff. Out of the light bulb came on over my head, and I like the concept. And from where I sit, an approval of a master development plan is in effect, we're approving the layout of the parcel, the look of the buildings. We can talk about lighting and color and all those things that would be incorporated in that plan. So, and to Councilwoman Fairclough-Stagger's point, yes, when we approve that plan, particularly for this parcel, that's where that public engagement needs to come in. So, you're right that rather than doing all of the technical work at once and then having discussions with us and the puzzle pieces get moved around and you need to go back to your various professionals, other professionals, and have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional drafting work done, you leave here with a grand plan and work out those details between yourself and your drafting professionals
DRC's administrative
to
site
deal
plan
with
review.
staff, with our grand plan marching orders. Now, so having thrown that compliment out there, let me come back to reality. Not you, not your clients, but other development interests in the past. Let me jump to the point. I don't want to be in a position where somebody calls something mixed use by putting a gas station on the corner, and maybe that's a bad example with the parameters here, putting one very small non-residential component and using as an excuse to avail themselves of density. And I talked to our attorneys this afternoon, and we don't seem to have a minimum percentage or some other expression of the non-residential component. And going forward, I would like to see some discussion about that. You know, years ago in the early 2000s, you know, there was these concepts of town centers. I think this is the perfect parcel for the modern version of the town centers. But again, and certainly at 15 units per acre, we're talking a potential of 1,500 units on this parcel with, you know, one little commercial building on the corner, that's not really what we envision as mixed use. So I'd be kind of looking for some standards there as to what the minimum amount of the non-residential component would be. And I was also thinking, as I think some others have talked about, that we can cut and paste from our Live Local ordinance, such as the R3 amenities that we've put there, to be sure that those amenities are included in that plan, unit sizes, et cetera, and maybe even take the next step to talk about the mix of product that you don't necessarily want. Certainly on a parcel of this size, all townhouses or all apartments, or, you know, we would want, I think, to see a mix. So let me ask the really big question. Where did the 15 unit per acre density number come from? I mean, and I know that the background here says that you contemplate 554, I think, 559 units in the development.
So we're not just, one of the tasks, which we're actually, you know, the challenging task is that this legislation is not intended just for the Alger site, right? So we're looking at every site and what that would look like. So some sites, just like the project, the Southwest project that we brought before you, allows 15 units per acre, but we brought forth 10 units per acre. So we wanted something that would make sense for that mixed-use component. And I agree that the more guidance that the council could give us, the better. Knowing that, of course, councils change, right? So you're not only, these legislations are also for the time, right? It has to be something that really is a vision and has to be throughout all the parcels, throughout time, et cetera. So we thought 15, and if you're next to that low density, for it to go down to 12 would make the most sense. Of course, for large sites, we're also looking for significant stormwater retention, open space, and things of that nature. And we also agree with that idea of minimum of actual having minimum of different types of uses and diverse housing stock. Those are all things that are very important. In addition to the concept of what Mr. Guzman mentioned, you know, vertical mixed use, right? Is that something the council wants to see in these projects, or if you have a site that's 40 acres, you need to have vertical mixed use. Whatever it may be, this is the time for us to really think about it, because it's quite presumptuous to come with our grand idea for 97 acres, right, without more guidance and not having a code in place, right? So we think that we'd like to at least start here.
And this is just a gem of a parcel, probably the most unique and interesting, and where we can do the most innovation on a privately owned parcel that's currently vacant in this city, and I hope we can get that right. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think maybe we could consider also a charrette. I think a charrette provides all stakeholders to get involved so that everybody's included in what ultimately comes up out of the ground there.
Well, whatever we call it, when someone comes in with a master plan, we have a process.
I think what you're mentioning is the idea of a charrette for these land development regulations, or the community outreach.
For the actual project, or for this, or for this?
Development,
The actual development,
no.
The standard.
the code?
The standard.
Code.
Okay.
That's a great idea. I mean, they're all good ideas, and this is the time with these legislative items, to have ideas, and let's make them a reality.
you know, and I support the concept of the streamlining, and you go do the technical stuff with our staff without
My
without
thing is
doing
just
it and
just
then
the money
being,
involved in
yeah,
redoing these
stymied by-
plans. It's just,
by
it's a
kinda-
lot.
You talk to us up front rather than at the end of the process, which I think could make a more affordable, a less investment-intensive project, certainly from a time frame. So, Mr. White, where do we go from here, given some of this input?
Well, I've heard a
Tonight.
couple of things. I think, you know, if you're okay with the proposed change to the comp plan, we can move that forward. With respect to the corresponding land development regulations, we could do a couple of things. We could defer action on that this evening. You could hold a charrette or a workshop on that. And whatever comes out of that, we could then amend the land development regulations. We could take a stab at deferring it, and then staff, myself, and Ms. Tapinas get together and incorporate some of the applicable local mixed-use requirements that are later on the agenda in the zoning code we talked about last week. Not everything will be applicable in this instance, but what we can pull over, we can incorporate. That'll give us an opportunity to present something that's a little bit more formulated for you all to consider at first reading, and then we can take it from there. That's an option. So there's a couple of ways to approach it.
So we could pass the comp plan amendment tonight on first reading, and then go through the process of formulating the regulations, and whatever comes out of that will govern second reading of the comp plan amendment. Let's just say, for sake of argument, density was reduced.
Or increased. Want affordability?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as the technology mixed use, are there any businesses currently running in the city that fall within just technology mixed use? What are some
There's
big
no
examples?
There's no zoning category.
So what are some, I'm trying to think of the types of businesses.
Doesn't exist.
And data.
This is it. This is what your comprehensive plan provides. No guidance.
What are some ideas of the types of businesses? Because, you know, we're talking about what percentage it should be. So off the top of my head, I'm thinking about 25% is a healthy, you know, for us to make sure that we're getting that commercial component. But I am also not wrapping my head around what types of businesses are we thinking here?
The code talks about the permitted commercial uses, including clean, light industry, such as, without limitation, computer research, development, manufacturing, or servicing, software development, telecommunications, testing, and calibration, as well as those commercial uses permitted in the B categories, 1A, blah, blah, blah. So it doesn't necessarily, it's good because what I think our code has done in the past is be too specific. And we always give the example, because we don't change the code very often, we permit haberdashers, and a hardware store isn't really a hardware store. A hardware store is a hardware store of 1950 and not a Home Depot or True Value or those types of things. So this is general, flexible, and, you know, able to adapt over time. But it's looking for kind of clean technology, not you know, not a car manufacturer, but the guys who came into the Park of Commerce and doing the aviation components. I think it's looking for those types of uses, or solar panel development.
But no aviation is allowed.
It
So-
talks about prohibited uses include airports.
That was going to
all-
be my question. The only people that have ever come to me with ideas for the technology mixed use happen to be something that sounds like it should, but it's not. So it's just, I don't understand what, could it be an office where they use computers and but it's not like data?
Data mining or
I mean, any
Bitcoin.
office nowadays is technology.
Yeah, but it's not limited to that. You could have a traditional B1, B1A.
Right, you've got all
type use,
Okay.
But it encourages technology, but doesn't discourage
Okay.
traditional.
So this matter came up during the pandemic, right? That's where all this happened, and everyone's working from home, and we started thinking about live, work, live, which is very popular in other parts of the county, and thinking that Homestead might be a great place for that as well, where you have a distinct lifestyle that people enjoy, but they're not able to live close to where they work. And to Vice Mayor Guzman's point, they have to leave for many of the other kinds of amenities. So what if we did a community that could be self-sufficient, where you could live, work in the same place? So it's just very open. So that's what we had in mind as well.
Yeah, just to close real quick, so just back on the percentages, if we are considering offering some type of help to developers coming in, to have, between 15 and 30% of it be commercial, and then the 30% could possibly get some extra help. Just something to keep in mind. I don't know, depending on the project, it's not necessarily beneficial one way or the other, but for us to encourage more commercial, as much commercial as possible, that's an idea.
So if I could, because I think there's a lot of, it's late, and I think there's a lot of moving parts to this. It certainly might be beneficial if we have a facilitated workshop on this. We can look at currently what's drafted. We can look at the Live Local SB 102 regs that we adopted. We can also look at the PUD regs, because some of you may or may not remember, but years ago we amended the PUD regs to mandate that it has to be mixed use, and there are percentages in there, right? I mean, it's a very onerous process, but the actual regulation, some of it might be applicable and might be worth looking at in this context. And so I think we can look at all that and then cherry pick what you like, what you don't like, to create the land development regulations that would work as a starting point.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I really like the idea of us having a comprehensive discussion on this item. I think it's too big, too large of a change. It's adding 1,000 units off the bat. And I prefer to have that conversation first, then have first reading, then let it continue to digest and have those community discussions, and then bring it back for second reading. But that's where I'd like to see this go.
So would it be your motion to defer
I mean,
both
I'd like to hear.
pending a workshop?
I know it's late, but I'd like to hear if everyone's nodding their head, yeah or no?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. I appreciate you opening the conversation. One real quick thing, I think Mr. Cordino talked about the antiquated code and haberdashers and dry goods. I meant to mention this earlier. I had the opportunity as a member of the TPO to see into the future and see the Jetsons type electric personal flying cars that are operating now in Europe on a prototype basis. So let's be careful when we say no airports, because there are companies that are developing this that have already identified sites in Miami-Dade County. And this 100-acre project would be right up their alley for what they call a vertiport, where you'll land on rooftops or in a designated area with these electric helicopters or short takeoff airplanes. So we need to be careful not to foreclose that, because they're flying in Europe. I've seen them. It's incredible. So your motion to defer? All right, this is on the first. And to schedule a workshop, and probably I would think bring in our visioning people.
Mr. Valle, yes, correct.
No.
So this is an applicant-driven application. So it's not city initiated. So I'm sure Ms. Toppinus would like to have some sort of time frame with respect to the workshop so that she could advise her client and prepare for it.
So is the idea to not transmit this text amendment to get the comments from the state? Of even the text amendment?
To have the workshop,
Yes.
then the
Councilwoman
first reading.
Avila's motion is to defer both the comp plan amendment and the LDRs, to have a workshop first, and then
Again, having been through our live local exercise, we're not reinventing the wheel here. It's just not sitting here at 10:30 at night,
It's fair.
doing that. Okay, so I think we have a motion and a second to defer the comp plan text amendment, schedule a workshop. I know we're coming up on the 4th of July, perhaps in the time frame, the week following the week of the 4th of July, if you can coordinate, Mr. Valle, because we don't have a cow in July. Maybe that could be in lieu of the cow.
Understood. I think it's going to be more of a scheduling issue right now because of the summer, people are off and stuff, but definitely we'll look at that second week and see if we
Let's
can
look
get
at
it.
that week and I guess the following week.
The week after, yes, we could do
The
that.
week following the week that contains the 4th of July.
I mean, the week of the council meeting in July, I figure everybody's in that week because we are having the council meeting.
Yeah.
So that might be a viable option as
We
well.
can do 2 nights that week, it's not a problem.
Okay.
So just to give you some time frame, we're not this nebulous date out in the.
We appreciate it.
In the
And-
future.
And I believe the council already knows that Mr. Valle is working on this project that was mentioned
Okay.
earlier. I just want to make sure that you're all aware of it. And then the planning process, the charrette, would be for the legislation overall for all the different parcels, not just the Alder site. So I think that that's important also to just mention, so that we're all on the same page. But
Okay,
we're
so-
happy to participate, and
all right,
thank you
so-
for your consideration.
I guess we need a roll call vote on the motion to defer the comp plan amendment.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Roth. Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, yes. Okay, so we've got to do there's a companion tab for the,
And
lost my
Mayor?
spot. Which tab is the next one?
And Mayor, if we can move up the distillery as well, which is tab 29, after the vice mayor's item, of
Yeah,
course.
But we've got another tab to defer with
Right,
respect.
so I think you voted on, in order, I mean, it was tab 24, which is the zoning code, so let's just do the comp plan.
Okay, we just voted on the comp plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. So then
Tab
24 would be the,
All right, so a motion to defer tab 24. Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilman Roth. Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, so we're going to deviate, if there are no objections from the agenda, to Vice Mayor Guzman's item regarding the establishment of a Faith and Community Committee. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to propose the creation of a faith-based advisory committee. We all know that the faith-based committee plays an important role in the lives of our citizens, and I think I want to base this upon what other cities that have already created this have already created the language. I want us to base our committee similar to that language as well, and I want to base it off of 4 pillars. I believe the faith-based community, if we utilize them correctly, they would be the most efficient way of getting information out to the community. Most of the time when things happen to our citizens, the pastors are the first ones that know, before it even gets to the level of government. So I think they would be an integral part for us to be able to disseminate information out to the community quickly. I think it would be a great way for us to obtain volunteers during any emergencies or natural disasters. you know, anytime things happen when we have to deploy people, we've got a not a command staff, but when things happen, you guys set up a command base out there that you have out. What's that called? Command post. Right, command post. So I think having a relationship with the faith-based community would help in that aspect. I also think it would filter a lot of the issues that we have in the city regarding the process on how to host faith-based charitable events, because there's a lot of moving parts when we want to do certain events in the city of Homestead, and this would kind of create a way for this community to have that kind of standard operating procedures on exactly what to do. And it also would help for the permitting questions when people want to establish, you know, a church, or they want to do certain things with the faith-based community. This would also have that kind of process in place. So before you lease, you know, a location, you want to put a church, don't sign a lease. Talk to this committee first. They're going to give you, you know, the standard operating procedures before you sign a lease. That way you're not paying 8 months of rent before you can actually open your church. So I think having this committee would be extremely beneficial. I'd like to model this committee similar to how we have our other committees already. And the language that I have provided all of you that's highlighted in yellow, this is a language based out of Doral, and it's a faith-based organization advisory board to advise the city council on policies, priorities, and objectives that may assist faith and community-based organizations in encouraging private charitable giving to support community needs, in bringing concerns, ideas, and policy options to the city council to support successful community charities and religious-sponsored charities, in showcasing and publicizing innovative grassroots efforts to support faith and community-based charities and civic activities, and in working to ensure that the efforts of the faith-based community-based organizations that seek assistance are meeting the objective criteria for performance and accountability. So I see this as a win-win for the city of Homestead, and I'm asking for your support so that we could give staff direction to establish a faith-based advisory committee similar to what I've proposed tonight. And I'm open for any questions and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously this is definitely the case in the Southwest, and that's why all of future town hall meetings are just going to be at the churches, because it is the best way to reach the people. I think my only concerns would be when thinking of how to form the boards is to maybe consider, you know, each one of us appointing someone, but on top of that, making sure that each denomination, each different area is represented well, so that everybody can help get that message out to their specific congregation. But I'm definitely supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I really support this item. I think it coincides really well with what I'm trying to do on a parallel path with coordinating a meeting, a sunshine meeting with the community of pastors to talk about the challenges that they have with developing churches or identifying places, but also how do they bridge with the city, and how are they a partner, not just a participant of the activities that we have in downtown. And we had many discussions on our vision for downtown and what we want, and what's the role of the churches, and how do they mesh with the fabric of what our vision is. So I think that this is great, and all of the people that probably will end up being on this board will be at that meeting, and so it's perfect timing. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I support this item.
Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward. And I appreciate you pushing it up, because I wanted the pastors to be here to witness this. And I encourage us to have a very diverse group that formed this board, but I would just like to acknowledge the Hispanic Pastors of Homestead that has been just praying over this community for years. When I first got into office, they met me in my office and they prayed for me. And just recently, as I prepared to transition, they came back to lay hands and pray for me. So I believe that the church and those in the community who are believers of whoever, their faith, I believe it's the center of it all. And I think it is high time for us to display our support, our appreciation for all that they do in the body of Christ. And I'm a Christian in the body of Christ. We allow them to be a part of what we do, to be the hands and feet and the light and the salt of the earth here in the city of Homestead. So I'm super excited about this, and I hope everyone supports this on tonight.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, and I fully support this effort as well, but I think we should not limit it to one member apiece. I think it's important that we get really inclusive and have, more than one or two members from each of our districts. So we'll make sure we're covering all the different faiths and denominations. I think it's extremely important, and it also helps mend some of those other groups that don't typically get together with others. So look forward to supporting this, but let's not limit ourselves to 7. Let's make it a community type board. That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Just to add to that, but also don't make it 12 that never have quorum.
Okay. And
I'll just say I'm for it.
yeah. What's that?
In the sake of time, I'll say I'm happy to see it, and I'm for it.
All right. And I'm glad that you submitted this clarification, because I'll tell you, I think the agenda item contained in our packet, clearly that came from other areas where you talked about aldermen, and it was drawn from other states even. And I really resented the inference in the package that we weren't responsive, that we weren't inclusive, and I do not believe that to be the case. And I really like the last couple of lines of this item, to help us ensure that faith-based and community-based organizations that seek city assistance are meeting objective criteria for performance and accountability. Because for every legitimate not-for-profit out there, there's probably 3 that are kind of dubious. And we see them here at this podium. They've paraded through our town for many, many years. And I welcome those additional eyes and ears to vet those groups. As we go forward and craft this committee, I would like to ensure that we have a requirement that at least half of the members, or 50% plus 1 of the members, however many there are, actually reside in the city of Homestead, and that the others need to be a pastor at a church within the city limits of Homestead. So you're either a pastor residing here or are involved in the ministry of a church in the city limits. And we can bring this forward and figure out at budget time what we're going to go with it. So you want to move it, your item?
I want to move the item.
Do we have a second? Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman. I guess this is a directive to draft the enabling ordinance. Is that correct?
And this is where I wanted to seek a little bit of clarification. We've established committees in one of 2 ways. We've established committees through resolution, sort of ad hoc, and that's a quicker process. It's 1 reading. You can get up and running a little faster. We've established committees, standing committees within the code. Obviously, 2 readings for the code amendments. A little direction on what we're envisioning here. I would suggest if expediency is the priority,
resolution.
I can start with a resolution. If you're comfortable with the way things are going, you can you can see how the membership works, whether you're having difficulties with quorum, things like that. And if you want to codify it in the future, then we can do that with a little more experience and know what's working and what's not.
We'll see how it goes, but for expediency, let's do
We can start with the resolution for
route.
now, if that's acceptable to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I guess we need a roll call on that, or is this just a consensus direction to you to bring that back? You're fine with, okay.
Consensus.
Are there
sorry.
any objections to that
Everybody's in favor?
direction? All in favor, all right. All right, so We're now going to deviate to tab 29. Is that you, Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Wait a minute, let's move it to 11. Gotta move the meeting to 11?
Let's move the meeting, extend time. I'd like to extend the meeting to 11. I'd like to extend the meeting to 11.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I just said up front, I'm glad Mr. Katz didn't bring his attorney tonight.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I
I'm
couldn't.
glad Mr. Katz didn't bring his attorney and have to pay him for the last 5 hours.
Yes,
Sit here
I'm,
through this.
I'm sure it would have been expensive. All right, thank you, Mayor. On January 20th, 2023, the city issued a public notice in accordance with Florida Statute 1633803A, soliciting proposals for the acquisition and development of an entertainment venue of approximately 2.4 acre parcel of land located on the north corner of East Maury Drive and North Flagler Avenue, commonly referred to as the Iconic Attraction Lot. On February 19, 2023, Symphony Importers LLC, also known as Sun-Soaked Spirits LLC, submitted a proposal for the acquisition and development of the property as a distillery with spirits rooms at ground level and rooftop bar with pedestrian promenade in the first phase and an additional venue in the second phase that may offer a combination of event space, offices, and storage for the distillery. The attached term sheet provides a framework for the development agreement and ground lease with purchase option in accordance with Sun-Soaked Spirits proposal. Several key provisions are summarized as follows. Lease provision. The lease term will be for a period of 35 years with one 15-year renewal option thereafter. Rent of $1 per year will be due during the development of Phase 1. 1 year after Phase 1 receives a certificate of occupancy, rent will be paid in the amount of $45,000 per year and escalate every 5 years after issuance of the CO by the lesser of 1, an aggregate increase from the consumer price index during those 5 years, or 2, a 3% compounded annual growth rate during those 5 years. The city will have the right to use the distillery for events or public meetings up to 4 times per year upon 30-day notification to Sun-Soaked Spirits. Purchase option. Upon the issuance of the certificate of completion for Phase 1 of the improvements, Symphony shall have the option to purchase the property and all improvements for $500,000. Development costs. Development costs. Sun-Soaked Spirits will be responsible for obtaining the funding for the development, construction, use, and operation of the distillery. The city will establish a fund subject to funding appropriation for the remediation and pre-existing environmental contamination on the property and reimburse Sun-Soaked Spirits on a rolling basis for those costs. The city will pay for the expansion of the city utilities servicing the distillery up to the property line in an amount not to exceed $100,000. The Community Redevelopment Agency will establish a fund not to exceed $100,000 for landscape improvements on the property. Funding contingency. If Sun-Soaked Spirits, after making a good faith effort, is unable to close on funding for the construction of Phase 1 within 9 months from the effective date of the agreement, the city may terminate the lease. Provided, however, the city may grant a 3-month extension at its sole and absolute discretion. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council consider the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a development agreement and ground lease in accordance with the proposed term sheet for the Homestead Distillery project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Katz, you're welcome to come to the podium.
How's everybody? Good to see everyone. Very excited. This is apparently light speed, but this is, I'm excited to get this started. Should I present? Sure. Walk you through it if you haven't seen. Did this work? There we go. Yeah, if not familiar, this is the parcel right about behind us, right there. a thin strip that has been empty for decades, I'm told. The plan originally was to buy a building not far from here that was not possible, and the idea was to use the land and recreate a bit of a destination distillery, which we're very excited about. So if you, oh, can't hear me. Apologize. If not familiar, I've been in the business of producing booze and importing booze for 21 years. We had made that product, Zir, vodka that I've made in Russia, and after Putin invaded the Ukraine, it became very clear we will no longer be importing from Russia. We're going to produce somewhere else. Biden on March 11th last year banned the importation of Russian vodka, which, so you do not want to be me this last year. The result of this is we're going to have a distillery. The equipment is sitting in the Falls at a distillery on Southwest 129th Street. We have a great distiller down from Maine and a great plan to bring it down here to Homestead. And thanks to the Economic Development Council, the advisory committee that I'm on, and Peter England in particular said this is the perfect destination. So we're very excited. And I'm here to answer some questions, but I'll go through it. I've a lot of experience in producing, marketing, selling, and I think this is exactly what the city of Homestead needs. I've been here quite a bit. I've gone to and talked to a lot of the residents. I'm not sure they're necessarily stakeholders, but most of the restaurants. Been down a few times with my family, and I think getting people downtown is, and I've watched most of the stuff on YouTube. That's the only thing, I don't know, I think it's going to be a fantastic draw. So we're talking about a beautiful parcel. Let me show you if you haven't seen what it might look like. There's a rendering from Atkins, who used to have their architectural firm based here. Very excited about the development of Homestead. I'm pretty critical, by the way, I agreed with lots of your comments earlier on some of the construction. I looked at this as Atkins proposed it, and I said, I think I love it. You know, it's exactly, I could see people taking pictures and Instagramming, and I don't know. You guys let me know. This would be the backside open bar, tasting room on the top, second floor there overlooking the promenade, with the equipment exposed. So you have the shiny copper and distilled spirits, so a manufacturing fun destination. And here is a bit of the pop-up vendor promenade. So the idea, on the weekends, you could have, the dream was to get Joe's Stone Crabs down and have stone crabs or key lime pie, and then perhaps, you know, other local restaurants. The burger guy around the way, it's a pretty good burger, by the way, or I don't know. We can have some fun with that. Some timeline. I know it's late, so I won't bore you. Ready for questions? We're very excited for the proposal and to start producing a very high-quality product right there.
I'll say from the moment I met you nearly a year ago here, and we started talking about locations, and we put that on the table. You're interested in our history of moonshining here and the connection to the railroad and the architecture, and to be tied to the downtown and make it a destination. I've been really excited and enthused from day one, and I hope that we can truly go forward with this. You'll be one of those first big dominoes to fall to make our city the destination it is destined to be. Yeah. Council?
Yeah, I think it's a home run. I'm excited about what's coming. It's one of those things that's going to make a lot of people excited, like if they're going to Disney, or you know, they're going to Busch Gardens, or wherever they're going. Niagara Falls. We can talk about Niagara Falls. But what I can say is I've been to other distilleries before, and they're memorable events. Memorable events that I've been to with my family, and I love the fact that Homestead is now going to have one of those places that's going to create a memorable event. I also think it's the perfect option when we were considering doing an iconic tower, I think way back in the day. So I think this is a much better use. So I'm not sure what we'd be looking at if we were up at the top of the tower. You know, so I think this is,
And a food truck plaza to boot.
I think
on
this
his
is
site.
great. I'm excited. I did want to ask some questions. The property is contaminated, and staff, are we going to handle the restoration process?
So the property is contaminated with arsenic from the historic use as the railway. We are currently undergoing the first phase, or about to undertake the first phase environmentals, which will really tell us what the extent of the contamination is and help us develop a mitigation plan. The intent here is that we'll be able to avail ourselves of some cleanup grants to create a fund that then we can reimburse Sunsoak Spirits on a rolling basis as they develop the property, because a lot of the mitigation costs are taking out, taking out dirt and covering it or filling it, which are some of the costs that they would undertake anyway as part of the site development. So basically, we would be augmenting, filling in any gaps there of where they might not have had to excavate or cover a certain part of the parcel.
Okay, so a minimum and maximum, ballpark figures. I know we don't have a crystal ball, but I mean, what is it? 200,000? Is it 600,000?
Based on the estimates we had for the Flagler lot, just south closer to Chrome, we estimate this could be up to $1 million. Of course, that's without having the any of the environmental or mitigation plans approved by DERM. So that that changes.
Do you got to deal with Homestead Public Works? No, so we love you, Julio. Do we know what the property is worth?
Yes, we have a previous appraisal that appraised the property at $1.77 million. That, of course, did not take into account the cost of environmental mitigation or the cost of platting, development approvals, anything like that.
So I'm getting 1.7, cost to mitigate is $1 million. If he decides to purchase down the line, 500K, I mean, those numbers are justified in my book for what we are going to have here. I'm in full support of what's been presented tonight. Thank you, Mr. Katz. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Ready. Any other questions?
Go ahead.
I wish it wasn't 10:40 at night, but it is, and I want to make sure that the questions that I have, they're not a reflection of any doubt that I have about your project, your product, or your business. I think that what you're trying to bring to Homestead is fantastic. I really look forward to it. I love that it's not just meant for a one-time experience, that you can come, continuously with your family and enjoy La Promenade, as you mentioned, the restaurant. You mentioned restaurant, right? Is there?
Plan is phase 2. I want to, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. And so that second phase, when
Second phase
probably
would
the
have
ground floor.
Nice.
But there will be a tasting room with some tapas. I even reached out to, forgetting the restaurant. But yes, there has to be food. You can't. have
Very
booze
good.
without
And
it.
I think that doing it right is the main driver of my questions. And so I'm seeing parallels with how we advertise this property and so these are more questions for staff. I'm seeing a lot of parallels with how we advertise this property and how we are kind of discussing our vision or, reviewing the plans here and with the related project. So how are we making sure that phases will be completed as they're, being stated, that they're being proffered? How are we, how do these numbers, how are we justifying the numbers, not just personal perspective, but, did consultants get involved? Help me understand how $1 a year makes sense, and how old was that appraisal? Why didn't we get an updated appraisal? Just walk me through why that route seemed a little different
yet we started off with a 163. It's a property we own. There's a lot of similarities, but then a lot of different directions.
Well, that's an excellent question, Councilwoman. So remember, what you're approving today is the development agreement. You're allowing us to go sit down with Mr. Katz and his group and actually put the development agreement together. That's going to have the timetables in there. When are they going to complete phase one? What happens if they don't complete phase one? So that'll answer part of your question as to Rebel. Rebel did actually look at their proposal, and Zach can speak to that a little bit more.
Yes, we used the appraisal and the projected use here. We sat down with Rebel and basically came up with that $45,000 a year number for the lease option. We arrived at the $500,000 buyout price as a combination of backing out those development costs and mitigation costs out of the fee simple appraisal that we had done. So basically using that $500,000 and the site plan, we were able to arrive at that $45,000 a year number with the escalator. The dollar a year is only during development. The $45,000 kicks in 1 year after certificate of occupancy is achieved on phase one. And of course, unless they take the buyout option before then.
And even though there's a lot of similarities, there's a lot of differences as well. It's a very uniquely shaped parcel. It's not on a main corridor like US 1 in Campbell. It's contaminated. Some people may argue, well, you know, you're giving them a deal, but there's one, as Zach mentioned, there's a lot of challenges with this parcel, and we're thankful that we have a group coming in that's willing to take that challenge and make this a keystone of our downtown. If we get a distillery downtown, I think it's a game changer.
Thank you so much for highlighting those, those differences and similarities. And also, there's no density, no residential density on this parcel. So I'm going to approve this tonight. Thank you very much.
Commentary from my left, Councilman Fletcher. Or Councilwoman
Just
Fairclough
briefly,
Staggers.
I've mentioned previously that when it comes to economic development in our community, we have to get serious about it. And I think this project and the proposal indicates us getting serious about development in our community and not penny pinching and not doing our part to bring business into our community. So I think this is a great first step with us showing the business community that we're open for business and we're willing to partner with you to bring great businesses into our community. And Councilwoman Avila, you brought up a great point asking about, the differences and how we've approached bringing these businesses to our community. And perception, we're very hospitable with the Homestead Distillery. I'm not sure we've been so hospitable when it came to like a City Place Homestead. And I think if it's something we really, really want in our community, we'll find a way to make it work. So I hope in finding the way to make this work, we find a way to make other projects work that are a value add to our community. And I'm sure we'll have more conversations about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And where else but Small Town USA can you talk about faith-based and Bible and then move directly into booze? I just want to say this is a great opportunity for the city of Homestead. And, I was kind of skeptical when we took that initial leap with the Economic Development Council with that $10,000, but I think it may have paid off in this particular. I look forward to supporting this, and best luck. We're there to support you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Roth.
Just thank you. Thank you for having faith in us. Thank you for believing in the city of Homestead. And I can't think of a better property for that place to go.
Yep.
But right there. I mean, it's almost like in the what do you call it, the entranceway to downtown, right? So what a remarkable addition to our area. And we appreciate you. Thank you.
And appreciate that you came here and dealt with us in good faith. We were straightforward, everybody was clear as to what they were bringing to the table and willing to do. And that's why we are at this point. And I'll one better you, Councilman Fletcher. Where else but in Homestead do you have a European-born Jewish Holocaust survivor play Amazing Grace on his harmonica in the council chambers? So don't say that we're not the melting pot of South Florida right here in this room. We had that, I don't know if you were here, we had that earlier tonight. So we have a motion to authorize the negotiation of, that's right, the negotiation. Yeah.
It's the
Yes.
motion to approve the resolution that authorizes.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion to approve the resolution to, yes. Okay, so I think Councilwoman Bailey moved it. Councilwoman Avila seconded it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Beatty? Councilwoman Beatty?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
A resounding yes.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Looking forward to it. Okay. Where are we going back to now?
Tab 26. 26?
26?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, we're going backwards in my book here. That's not, no can do. Okay. Have at it.
Tab 26 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 27, Tourist and Mobile Home Parks, and Chapter 30 zoning to provide regulations relating to parking of recreational vehicles, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the City Council consider the amendment to Chapter 27 Tourist and Mobile Home Parks and Chapter 30 Zoning of the City Code of Ordinance as it relates to regulations concerning the parking, storing, and otherwise maintaining recreational vehicles and boats on lots containing a single-family residence. I could read more
Vice
if you
Mayor.
want me to, but
No, I'm glad, we've been talking about this for a while. I'm glad that staff went out and found some relevant language with the code that can, further clarify our code because we didn't have anything in place. So I'm ready to support this. I think we've made great progress, and it gives clarity to the residents of Homestead on where and how they can park their recreational vehicles, boats, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Fletcher, any input on this one?
Again, I think we've discussed this ad litem for quite some time. We've got language to move forward.
Thank you. Councilwomen? Did we lose Mr. Roth? Oh, he's down there too. I couldn't see you, you were leaning back. Well, as I understand it, our code does not permit the parking of any type of recreational vehicle in a residential lot at this point. Is that correct? That the code as written does not include RVs, campers, fifth wheels, whatever it may be?
That's true unless there's an open building permit, and then you're allowed to park something there.
Right, but generally.
But correct.
To store it. And clearly, that's something that you can ride around for 10 minutes and see that that is something that has not been enforced. Nor have we been able to enforce the prohibition against living in RVs in the backyard. It's just as easy to ride around and to point out what we all know and understand our backyard occupancies. And I believe that this just opens the door for the proliferation of more illegal occupancies. I don't really see how folks can comply with the side yard provisions here. It's going to lead to more impervious service if they've got to pour pads to park. I believe this ordinance comes from one resident who had a complaint because her RV was parked beside her house because she couldn't get it into the backyard. So I think this just is going to continue to open the door, and really it ignores the epidemic of illegal occupancies in backyards, primarily on the west side of town, throughout my neighborhood, and I can't support anything that will perpetuate the continued proliferation of the placement of RVs. We don't enforce it now. I could go point you to 2 in my neighborhood parked inside yards. Either we don't have the manpower, we don't have the political will, we don't care. I don't know, one time I heard the chief say in a public meeting that nobody wants to live on the west side anyway, so maybe that's a reflection of where code enforcement goes, because gated communities and HOA communities don't have that problem. This is not something that is going to enhance the community one bit. I cannot support this. We need to find a way to police and remove illegal occupancies, and this is not the way to do it.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Just so I'm clear, prior to us getting specific on the code, you just mentioned that it wasn't allowed. You couldn't have an RV. So when I had an RV at my house, I didn't know I was not allowed to have it. So if you go somewhere and you want to have a true recreational vehicle, are you saying that you just can't have it in Homestead? I don't think that's the proper way of creating a better quality of life. If you want to go out and buy an RV, you have every right, if you've got the space, to have it in your yard. Wouldn't you agree?
No, given the economic and housing factors that we do not have apparently the ability to go knock on the door and say, is that RV in your name and is anyone living in it? We do not have that ability to differentiate that. So, but again, we haven't been policing that. And I've talked to the city manager about perhaps going forward, providing a digital package to folks when they open their utility accounts to give them their solid waste pickup, to give them pointers on the recycling days, and to be careful about what you throw in your recycling bin, and kind of these things that are not allowed, backyard occupancies and so forth. And I get that you are responding to the complaint of one person who couldn't get her RV in her backyard.
No, I'm not responding to that. I'm responding to the fact that if you have an RV or you go out and buy an RV, you're not allowed to have it in the city of Homestead unless you are in an RV park. I don't think that's right.
I don't think it's right that we have a proliferation of illegal occupancies throughout this city that nobody's dealing with. How about that? There's a reason Pinecrest, Palmetto Bay, and Coral Gables are more desirable and have more value than Homestead, because they have a commission, a council, and a code enforcement department that cares and takes pride in the community. And right now, I know that on the west side of town, that is one of the biggest complaints. I believe that it is exacerbating our garbage capacity problem. It's exacerbating our traffic and litter throughout the community. When you move to Coral Gables, you know that there are standards in that community. I believe that's what we need to start now. So I will not be boxed into that the mayor doesn't want people to have their personal RVs in the backyard. Clearly, either the owners and absentee owners cannot behave. And that right now is one of the scourges of this community, that we have folks living in RVs.
Mayor
Manager?
and Vice Mayor, if I can, it's not that code enforcement was not enforcing the code. They were considering RVs under the commercial vehicle part of the code, right? They were throwing it in with the commercial vehicle. So it's not like it wasn't allowed and we were just ignoring it. I just wanted to clarify that.
I wish I had my BS button that I got for Father's Day. That's okay. I know where this is going, so We have a motion to approve this item, Councilman Fletcher?
1 second, Mr. Mayor. Is there a way for us to put restrictions in this to state you may store your RV in your property, but you cannot have it occupied?
It's in the code, but how do we enforce it? The only way to enforce against backyard occupancies is not have the vehicle that enables that. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you. I agree with the mayor 100% in regards to not wanting to have. I agree with you a lot, Mayor, please. The problem is it's a symptom of a bigger issue. And, creating this ordinance isn't going to fix that problem, and not having the guidance is also not going to fix that problem. Creating affordable home ownership, which is part of our bigger plan, is going to help that issue of people residing in RVs, because it's where else can they go? If you have a better option, I'm sure the family would not want to live in the RV. And if that is the case, I'm sure there are other signs and other code violations going on with the property that can make it identifiable and hopefully easier to address. But I think having some kind of guidance is the right step in trying to create the enforcement and the direction that code enforcement needs. So it's worth the try, and then we can continue to tweak it. But let's not shift our focus on what is the issue. The issue is, the housing crisis. And I think we're all on the same page about creating affordable home ownership. And I love that at least I'm going to shift my, the way that I speak about it. It's not affordable housing, it's affordable home ownership. So I know I stole it from you, Larry. That's my tagline. But, you're saying all the right things, but I don't think that not passing this is the solution. And vice versa, this is not going to be the solution to that problem either. So,
By not passing this sends a message that this council does not permit, and RVs should not be classified as commercial vehicles. Backyard occupancies are a huge problem
I hear you.
on a lot of levels. And I get that due to budget and manpower and just the overwhelming workload, our code enforcement has to be reactive rather than proactive. And most of the cases are as a result of complaints that come in. They don't ride down the street and say, there's an RV parked beside a house. And I think again, the majority of this council lives either in a gated community or under strict HOA rules. And to adopt this, we are abandoning those residents who don't have those protections. We have to act as the HOA. We have to act as the gate. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, sir. It's not only RVs that they are living in backyards in. It's also sheds and tents and makeshift housing. And by not putting this in, it also penalizes those that abide by the rules as well. So recently there was a call out of the Northwest, and we sent people over there. And the problem is, as you're directing, is we are not allowed to enter the property to see what's going on back there. We can't put drones up to watch patterns, to see if there's illegal plumbing hooked up to their shed in the backyard or their tent or whatever they're sleeping in the backyard. So as with the affordable housing and affordable homeownership topic, this is bigger than that. And I agree with you that there's lack of enforcement, but we're tied to privacy rules, property rights. We're restricted in that way. And I don't know if this is something that was created based on other municipalities with the same possible issues. And we have the mayor from Pinecrest here that could, do you have an RV thing code that you can't park your RV in your yard type code?
Right. Well, you're allowed to store them, just not in certain places, and you're not allowed to live in them.
Right, but how do you enforce that?
I've actually never seen it enforced in Pinecrest.
So people are living in RVs?
Well, I don't,
Potentially.
I also don't believe we have anybody living in the RV. I mean, nobody's ever complained about it, but I can't recall ever, and I may not be privy to all the code enforcement there because it's not my job, but I don't recall ever getting a complaint about people living in an RV or an RV being stored in the house, at the property.
So I don't know what the answer is to any of these questions. Listen,
I don't know what a
sympathize.
reasonable answer is. Just say no because we can't differentiate. It's there. We have to assume it's legally there after this ordinance is passed, and you're right. And we've been through these presentations where we don't really have the ability, absent some extenuous circumstances, to determine whether or not someone is living there.
And I get that, but I can't say no to law-abiding citizens either. So, you know, yeah, I mean, there has to be some balance somewhere.
So why not leave it like it is and turn a blind eye to it and consider them as commercial vehicles?
Well, I'm not saying to turn a blind eye either. I'm just saying, I understand your thought, and I wish there was a reasonable answer to solving that problem, and I don't think there is. I can't say no to law-abiding citizens that are parking their RVs in their yards legally and not housing anybody in them. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you know, and I've talked to the attorneys about whether or not we could do a registration process or a permit process, and it just does, there are closed doors or roadblocks on every road that I've discussed with the attorneys, you know, to go down to do that. You know, and unfortunately, this seems like it takes a sledgehammer rather than a laser knife to resolve. All right, so did we have a motion in a second?
I did notice in the code that the language that they place in there now says you need to have a concrete pad. So you can't just park it on the grass. You now need a paved pad. Am I correct?
That's correct, but I don't think Captain DeJean is going to look at you with a straight face and say, yes, we're going to go knock on the door of every house that has an RV to make sure they poured their pad. That's just not within the realm of reality either.
Well, we'll just hold them accountable. That's all we're going to do. Ask
Hold who
Captain
accountable?
DeJean. We'll ask the code, hold them accountable, say, hey, this is what's going on, and, you know, we get complaints, and then they go out and they take a look, and that's it. So,
Easier said than done. Easier said than done. You want to move your item?
I had one last thought. You just made me lose my train of thought. But I'll move the item.
Mission accomplished.
I'll move the item.
All right, moved by the Vice Mayor. Do we have a second? Second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment?
I just want to add one
Yeah.
thing, sorry. And maybe I'm delirious, that's why I'm still talking. But for me, this is about laying some ground rules so that we can hold people accountable. So I'm supporting this item because I want to be able to say in fairness, you're doing something wrong. And right now, I can't say you're doing something wrong because it's not clarified in the code. So it's not about, at least for me, it's not about creating a scapegoat or, not that you're inferring that that's why I'm approving the item, but it's the starting place for me to be able to responsibly enforce and hold people accountable. So, you know, I think of this as maybe even a rough draft to what could be a good code sometime in the future, but we won't know until we give it a try. So that's why I'm seconding the motion. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion set. One quick question, and this would be to maybe Mr. Corradino or one of his staff. So if someone wanted to comply, they would have to come pull a permit to pour the slab with rebar and all the things that go along with it.
This is correct.
Right, okay. Thank you.
And also, I don't think it allows you to have an RV and a boat at the same time. So for
There's
all,
some combination that you cannot have, yes.
all right. One or the other?
One or the other.
And is a slab currently required for a boat?
No, we don't, yes, slabs are currently required for boats. We don't allow the RVs, and you need permits. And it all mimics the county's rules for all of this.
And no boats at any time are allowed on the right-of-way of a property. So if you're driving, say, up and down the northwest area and you see a boat on the public right-of-way, the swale, that's not legal. It was hidden in there.
It's in what's going to be adopted. And I think it has a two hours every 24 hours in the front yard, but it has to be hooked to a vehicle. You know, kind of like you're coming home and unloading or going out, not storing it in the front of a home. Okay. Yes.
I was trying to say something, and again, it's just, I'm torn on this one because of people living in them. You know, we want to obviously fix that issue. Is this forcing them? Before Councilman Roth spoke, all I'm thinking of is if they don't have the RV, they're going to find a smaller shed. They're going to do whatever they need to do to live, to survive. So in changing this, at least, you know, I was hoping that we would have some type of a permit process, that some special parking process permit was required, and that would just give us a little bit of, you know, encouragement of explaining what those rules are. So I don't think that a yes or a no on this fixes or necessarily does anything much better. So, and on your note on new homeowners to get information about the city, I have been spring cleaning and I came across it from my house from like 22 years ago with all the council members, and it was a really nice letter, so I set that apart to hopefully continue that again. Like a welcome
Could you please
package.
send us a copy of that, Councilwoman?
There you go. You know, and for when you open your utility account, we've got emails for everybody. You just get that package. Some general, you know, the old-fashioned welcome package. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, I
Yes.
think Matt wanted to say something about the permit that the
Well, no,
council.
the permit issue that we examined was not a broad requirement, but whether or not you could condition the permitting this to, based on somebody's consent to a search at any time. And I think that's where, you know, that's where my concerns arose. But we did find alternative methods to statutory provisions that allowed for inspection warrants and things that, other avenues that could be pursued in that regard. And, you know, to the point that the mayor raised earlier about the permitting issue, if somebody sees an RV that's parked somewhere, it's easy enough to go back and check to see whether a permit's been pulled for a pad. And that's, you know, one way that we can address some of the enforcement issues. And that's why some of those things were built in to this. There's only so far we can go, but there are other mechanisms that we can try to use to address the concerns that the council has raised tonight.
Hey, Matt, following up on the councilwoman's question, so could we require, if you have an RV at your home, to have an RV permit, that you register it with the city?
To what end?
We would know if they're the owners of the RV or not.
Sorry?
We would know if they're the owners of the RV or not.
I'm happy to take a look. If it is, it's something I can.
I thought we did.
No, I looked at it, the discrete issue is whether or not we could condition allowing the issuance of a permit on a consent to search, which was how this was framed at the beginning, not a general permit requirement. I'm happy to look into it, and if it's something that the council is interested in in pursuing, if it's permissible, then I could add that, I could add a permitting requirement in between first and second if that's something that we want to do. A registration requirement. I want to frame this the right way.
And it, and clearly, if this is adopted, we've got to give notice to these folks and set a date far into the future to give the law-abiding folks the opportunity to come into compliance.
Okay.
Matt, how is that different from the DMV requiring registration? Isn't that like, aren't you required to register your vehicle? This is a recreational vehicle.
Yes, you are required. The state does have mandates for requiring those things, but there's not a local requirement for registering your car. So I will take a look and see if this is an area of law that's preempted to the state, because the state does have mandatory registration requirements, and see if there's an avenue for us to pursue in there. And if there is, I'm happy to include it. But no, it isn't any different, and actually the state does require registration of these vehicles. They all have VIN numbers. They are required to register with the state.
And is there, does our code enforcement department have access to identifying an address, having registered vehicles, and which vehicles those are? So you would know the owner, like the question, because I'm hearing the question, how do you know they own the RV? Like, and
Right, exactly, because one of the things that we've, and I know in discussions with the mayors, some people are actually, I'm hearing there's an app, you can go online, and if you need to store a boat, you need to store an RV, you need to store a truck,
so they're renting space to.
and they're
to
renting
that.
space in their backyard, their house becomes a storage facility.
Okay.
And so
But yeah,
this might
so
help.
that list already exists, because I'm not interested, I don't mind requiring a pad, right? You have to have a cement pad to park your RV on, but I'm not in favor of just adding more bureaucracy and red tape to be able, now you have to get a permit, a parking permit. It feels like we're duplicating and tell me, do your research and tell me why we're not duplicating the process, but it feels like those lists already exist. You're able to identify if the property owner has a registered RV tied to it or not. So what is, other than making it harder and being a deterrent to having an RV in Homestead, how does that solve a problem? So if you can, you don't have to answer tonight, it's too late, but have those answers, please, next time. Thank you.
All right, roll call, Madam Clerk. It's first reading on the RV ordinance.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher. Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
No.
The motion carries.
That takes us to tab 27, the Live Local Act.
Yes, tab 27 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 2 Administration, Division 2 Procedures for Zoning Amendments, to provide regulations establishing administrative site plan requirements and review procedures for multifamily and mixed-use residential developments authorized pursuant to Chapter 2317 Laws of Florida, Live Local Act, and further amending Article 4 Supplemental Regulations to provide regulations establishing development standards related to multifamily and mixed-use residential developments authorized pursuant to Chapter 2317 Laws of Florida, Live Local Act, providing for inclusion in the code, conflict severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading. As I stated during the LPA meeting, pursuant to the special call meeting held last Tuesday, on first reading, you all had various comments that you wanted me to include for second reading. I've done that. It's provided for you. I'm happy to expand or answer any questions if you'd like.
Council, any questions of Mr. White? Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Back to the question that Councilwoman Bailey had before, requiring in mixed use the amount of the commercial. So this 65%, I'm looking at page, I don't even know
Tracks
what
the
page.
statute,
Yeah.
state statute.
65% of the total square footage must be based for residential purposes. In our regular mixed use now, that we currently have, not talking Live Local, is there a 60-40, 60 residential, 40 commercial?
70/30 in neighborhood mixed use. That 65% is a statutory requirement, but in addition to that, in these regulations, we further talked about and have provided in here a section that deals with the requirement for it to be vertical, as well as if you're mixed use, that you have commercial retail on the ground floor, and then the residential above that, and further that if you're in B1A, that the ground floor uses have to be B1A, and if you're in B1, B2, B3, I1, I2, I3, the ground floor has to be B1 uses.
Got it. So that makes me feel a lot more comfortable knowing that you can't just come, like you'd made a comment about you come and build 95% residential and then you just have one tiny little piece of commercial.
A token commercial.
Right. Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, that tracks what the Live Local Act says anyway for the Councilwoman. And Mr. Roth? Nope, we're good. All right, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by the Vice Mayor. To say this looks like a really good template for our earlier conversation.
May I say, great job, James.
Yes, we got it out.
Didn't
All
do
right.
it by myself. But
Any public comment? Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Incredible. Send a copy to Sweetwater tomorrow. I know they were interested in what we were doing. They woke up and said, oops. Because think about just diverting for a minute. The high-rise student housing across from FIU is in the city of Sweetwater, and that heightened density translates to affordable. It would be non-taxable. They're very concerned, so they're interested in what we did here. Okay, where does that leave us?
Tab 28.
Tab 28. Is that you, Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 6, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 8, Unsafe Structures, Section 6-531, Physical Criteria for Unsafe Structures, and Section 6-537, Notices, Hearings, and Appeals, creating a presumption that buildings that do not comply with the building recertification requirements are unsafe, and establishing a civil violation, amending Chapter 7, Code Enforcement, Article 3, Code Enforcement Citations, Section 7-40, Schedule of Violations and Civil Penalties to establish civil penalties for failure to comply with building recertification requirements, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Wait, before you start, is there any objection to waiving the staff report? No objections? Not on this one. All right. Council, moved by Councilman Fletcher. Second by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 30.
Tab 30 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the settlement of all claims made by Vitterman Sanchez, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Moved with no objections to waiving the staff report. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, that takes us to a
Tab-
motion to extend to midnight. All right, because it's 11:25 now. Yeah, okay. 11:45, all right, 11:45. All right, all in favor? All right.
Tab 31.
Is this yours, Mr. Manager, the art?
Yes,
item?
Mayor. We've lost the artist. He had to go out of town, so he's already gotten off the line. I don't know if we want to push this off to next month, perhaps? The art in public places?
Yeah, this is important to have a lengthy and thorough discussion.
Yes.
And since we're not meeting our initial conversation about having it for this summer, another month doesn't matter. Interesting proposal, though. I mean, I'm
Yes.
pleased of the quality. Okay. Next item is tab 32, Mr. Manager.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. On an as-needed basis, the Solid Waste Department must purchase garbage and recycling containers to replace those that are stolen, missing, or damaged, and to deliver to new residents within the service area. It is in the best interest of the department to purchase these containers from the original manufacturer, Duramax Holdings LLC, DBA Auto Environmental, to keep containers uniform and facilitate the easy exchange of parts when containers become damaged. In order to meet current demand, Solid Waste expects to purchase approximately 2,016 garbage and recycling containers through the end of the calendar year. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution for the purchase of garbage and recycling containers for city residents from Duramax LLC, DBA Auto Environmental. This agreement will expire on December 31st, 2023. This purchase is in accordance with the Cooperative Agreement Houston-Galveston Area Council Contract RC 0121, Refuse and Recycling Container and Lifters.
Council, moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Any public comment? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Yes. Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And we've covered tab 33. All right, next item is my item, as we discussed, some of us heard the discussion. Mr. Manager, do you have any other information on the item?
I'm sorry? Mayor?
The memorial, the proposed memorial plaque, the Bonnie King Moran.
I don't have any additional
Okay, so
information.
what I'm asking is, I know we're all familiar with the size and scale of the dedication that was done for former Mayor Shelley in Losner Park. And I wanted to get your input as to having something along those lines. I think Mr. Good probably wrote the dedication for Mr. Shelley, and directing the manager to come back with a budget and a proposed text for that kind of memorial to be placed somewhere in the children's play area in Losner Park for Bonnie. You know, many of us heard at her memorial service, her dedication to children and serving for so many years as Mrs. Claus. I just wanted to get your input on any direction of council to do that. Okay, so, yeah, I know you can get an update on what that same type of marker might cost, and we can come up with a brief dedication to be approved by council to install somewhere in the children's area in the park.
We'll get a conceptual and we'll send you all the pricing.
Very
so
good, thank you,
have an
council.
idea.
Okay, then we have an opening on the Homestead Police Pension Board. Are there any objections to the appointment of Adelia Martinez to serve on that board? Okay. Finally, we've got the Mr. Ross proposed appointment to the Tourism Advisory Committee of Tracy Kahn. Quite an impressive, it came through you, very impressive resume. Not a resident, but her resume overcomes that. Any objection? All right. So I guess I skipped over some of y'all. So we jumped, because we did 33, okay. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Yeah, anything further, Mr. Manager?
Nothing from the
No way.
manager's office.
No executive, okay. Councilwoman?
Yes, I'll only take 30 seconds. I had 3 items, but I'll only discuss one and defer to, or not discuss, but just mention one. I just wanted to acknowledge National Holiday Juneteenth. This Monday, we celebrated Juneteenth. For those who may not be aware, June 19th, 1865, 2.5 years after President Lincoln abolished slavery, there were some people in Galveston, Texas, who still didn't realize that they were free. So beneath Corporal Major General Gordon Granger proclaimed to those in Galveston, Texas, that they are free. So essentially June 19th, 1865, we celebrate on that. And there's 2 municipalities that really had big community engagement events around Juneteenth, and my family and I participated. And while there, I picked up some ideas that I want to propose to this council. So I won't reference those 2 tonight, but I'll bring it back in July for further discussion. So happy Juneteenth, belated Juneteenth for everyone. And with that, Mayor, I tee it back off to you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. It feels like 5 months ago, but a big, big thank you to everybody that helped make Art Walk such a big success. And lastly, real quick, as we are having these discussions to provide swimming lessons for groups and kids and adults at Roby George Park, I wanted you all to please consider waiving fees for this summer for any nonprofits who are providing swimming lessons to groups. I think that would be a small thing for us and a big help for them. If they have a swimming instructor and they're taking a group to the pool, can we waive their entrance fees?
Obviously, there's the existing waiver of fees process that we can abide by, unless it's the direction of council that for this period of time, we set, a certain criteria that if they're a registered nonprofit providing free swimming lessons to a certain number of people, that we would have administrative discretion to, do that for a set period of time until we have the CDBG program up and running.
If council is okay with it, I think that it should go until school starts up again. Any of us who knows of programs who are trying to do swimming lessons can let you know. Obviously, if somebody reaches out to you, but keep the process simple. They show proof that they have their insurance, of course, that they have a licensed instructor, and we keep it at that.
On concern, it's limited to Homestead residents.
Yes.
And I'm good with through Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
That's the week after school starts, right? Yeah.
Would that include like summer camp programs? Would that include summer camp programs? Nonprofit?
Nonprofits, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
That it?
That's all.
Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you. I want to wish my husband a happy 11th anniversary. That's on Monday. And I want to wish my 2 kids that celebrated birthdays this past weekend happy birthday, one on Juneteenth and one the day before Father's Day. And speaking of which, with regards to Juneteenth, I think that's beautiful, and I'd love for you to bring that up next month. And I just look forward to the day where so many people who are still experiencing communism and many forms of slavery are free. So I think as we continue to celebrate that we also support, the initiative with Cuba and the initiative with so many others around. So thank you for making that continue to be a priority. And maybe the vodka guy could have made this meeting a little bit more fun. But thank you all for sticking in with us tonight, and happy Father's Day. I wanted to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Fletcher.
Make it real quick. Happy summer, everyone. Go get some rest. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. I got 2 things real quick. It was brought to my attention that today is Jerry Estrada's birthday. And if you all would gather and sing with me, let's sing happy birthday to Mr. Jerry. Can we do that? Right? Can we? Can we sing happy birthday? Are we loud? Happy birthday to...
That was sad.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. You know, I hate all the attention, to be honest with you. That's why I usually take a vacation day on my birthday.
Yeah, there you go.
just-
Okay.
And I have one more thing. Just to, I don't know if everybody is aware of this yet, but there is a proposed Class 3 landfill that is going to be just outside the city limits behind the new golf course that's prepared or planned to be built. So what I would like to do and ask staff to dig up the details on that. It's a Class 3 landfill, which is mainly for construction and demolition debris. But there are some issues with those types of landfills as well. So I don't know that I want it outside of our city limits, right there abutting the new golf course. So if you guys will look into that and check that out, I have some information, folio numbers, and Homestead Air Reserve Base is also on top of this as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely reach out to the county as well and the air base, and so we have a coordinated attack on this.
Yeah,
So-
and I think they're coordinating meetings with, I think, each of us. The
Haven't
base
heard,
is.
this is it.
Yeah.
But we do want to stop that.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We're gonna have our pickleball tournament here, August 11th and 12th. Very excited about that. But I did want us to make sure that we've got space where people can sit and it's got some shade, so we make it very comfortable. Being the first time that it's not uncomfortable for the people that are going to be here. So is that something you think maybe we could do?
We'll get together with Parks and see what we can do, okay?
All right, make it real comfortable for the people so they can see. Other than that, I think I want to hit it out the park on our first tournament so we can attract more tournaments. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Our first tournament. No, he said his first tournament. Our first tournament. No, just the city's first tournament. No, just since I jumped ahead accidentally, deliriously late. I know, Jerry, today was my father's birthday also, and my grandfather always used to say, of course he was born on the longest day of the year. You know, so we've got extra time today. You know, and I just want to say to code enforcement, look, I know Captain DeJean, you didn't go to the FBI Academy to chase chickens and look in RV windows to see if somebody's living in there. I get that, but we've got to find an answer for a lot of what ails us. And I know it's bigger picture, housing issues, it's immigration issues. We all know the instance there. We can't continue to bear the brunt of that because I think folks on the west side of town are, you know, our values are not increasing like the rest of the community. It's an odd situation, and I see a lot of neighborhood deterioration that we've got to stop that and reverse that, and it's just a lot of it is due to folks who don't know the rules when they come here. So, you know, maybe that new customer guide can be somewhat helpful. That's it. So we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Good night, everyone. Thank you all.